Good afternoon, everyone. The time is now 1:02, and a quorum of the board is present. The State Board of Education meeting of May 14, 2019 is called to order. Next top item on the agenda is public participation in State Board of Education meeting. Marilyn, are there any individuals who wish to address the State Board this afternoon?
Yes, I have 4 forms. Do I have them all? Does anyone else have a green public participation form? Okay, each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes to address the board. It is the practice of the board not to respond to comments heard during the public participation portion of the meeting. We will maintain an atmosphere of respect for all people, and disrespecting anyone by name will be gavelled down and asked to cease. Public participation guidelines are on the back of the form that you filled out. You'll be able to monitor the time here. And if you have handouts, if you pass them to the person closest to you at the table, that'll be great. So our first 2 speakers want to come to the table together. It's Jennifer Landstrom and Shelley Moore. So if you please come to the table. And we'll be ready as soon as you are.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Landstrom, 1375 Trenton Road, Adrian, Michigan, and I am the parent of 2 learners who attend Tecumseh Public Schools. While I am sure you are following the ever-changing news out of our district, I will give a quick recap. During the 2017-18 school year, our district underwent a reconfiguration of buildings to include 2 new STEAM centers. At the same time, PBL and competency-based grading were implemented at the 7th and 8th grade levels, which are also the STEAM centers. A group of parents who are unhappy about the changes and the time frame in which they were implemented set about to recall our entire previous school board of education and won. We are now faced with a board which lacks diversity. The agenda they have does not represent our Tecumseh families as a whole, nor do any of them have any background in education themselves. This alone may not have been an issue if they were willing to take direction from those with actual experience in the educational domain. However, they seem to be unwilling to follow basic MASB protocol and are constantly inserting themselves in the day-to-day operations of our district. If you have not been following along, you may not know that we are on our 5th superintendent in 4 months in Tecumseh. Without a highly qualified superintendent to keep our rogue board in check, I fear our rapidly deteriorating district will be in utter ruins before the start of the 2019-20 school year. As of now, they have reversed our CBG to a traditional grading system of A to F, which has cost us our portion of the $500,000 grant money from the Competency Consortium. They are going to reconfigure our buildings back to a time in which many were over capacity, and they have terminated qualified educators. This board is not qualified to make decisions pertaining to curriculum. This board is not qualified to make decisions about facility utilization. Our teachers want to be trusted to do their jobs. They need to be allowed to teach without fear and without threats. We parents fear many more of our beloved educators will either meet the same fate or choose opportunities outside of the district where they will find the respect and support they deserve. The new board seems to be fixated on campaign promises and bringing students who left during the initial implementation back. But what about our students who are currently at TPS? What about the hundreds of families considering leaving? We want a board who will compromise and listen. We ask for a board who selects those with varying viewpoints to fill their committee seats. We are advocating for a 2-path option so all families can choose the educational direction right for their children. These are not unreasonable requests. Schools are among the most important assets a community has. They belong to the citizens and the students filling the hallways. Our schools should not be run like a dictatorship, and Tecumseh deserves better. We realize the preference for local control in state districts, and we also realize that organizing another recall is within our rights. However, it seems that our current Board of Education is neglecting most, if not all, of MDE's Top 10 and 10 plan and our own district protocol. We are afraid that if we leave this reckless and unqualified board in place until a special election occurs, the damage they have inflicted upon our district will take years to rectify. Any preemptive help or observation the state is willing to offer would be greatly appreciated. We are not willing to sacrifice our children's futures for adults unable to let go of their past. Respectfully submitted, Tecumseh Parents for Progress, which represents over 1,000 citizens in the Tecumseh School District.
Hi, I'm Shelley Moore. I live at 1410 Southwick in Tecumseh, Michigan. I was a proud public educator and administrator for 32 years in Michigan. Currently, I'm in the leadership of Tecumseh Parents for Progress, and I have a special needs grandson who attends Tecumseh schools. I'm very, very concerned right now about the quality of education that my grandson is possibly subject to. The current board has no understanding of special education needs. They've gone on record of saying things like IEPs are written too much in favor of the children. They've tried to tell us as advocates that we are not allowed to attend IEPC meetings, although we know that's not true, so we go anyway. Our school district had a beautiful model for inclusion, which the current board has been vocal about not supporting. I guess I'm really frustrated that the only time the State Board of Education gets involved in the oversight is when our fund equity hits a certain low point. I'm sure, given what's happening in Tecumseh now, that won't take that long because we are bleeding families. In the time we were here today, we found out just that the administrator for the 2-6 building temporary principal left today. We have people leaving our district every single day. It's horrendous. So I'm just here to go on public record as saying, I wish there was something the board could do in oversight because this district is in a free fall state. Tecumseh Parents for Progress is vocal. We attend every school board meeting. We've actually had people escorted out of the meetings. We get gavelled down that we are not allowed to talk. And it is just a horrendous situation for the families, and our learners are suffering. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers also prefer to come to the table together. They are Julie Dye and Val Cochran-Toops.
Bonjour. Bodwe Wad Miandao, Nishkan Kadokwa, Indijnakas, Mishika Ndotum. My name is Julie Dye. I'm Pokagon Band Potawatomi Nation, also the secretary for the Anishinaabeg Caucus of the Michigan Democratic Party, and a member of the Michigan Coalition Against Racism in Sports and Media. We are on the cusp of K through 12 social studies curriculum changes that you all will be voting on in June. Our Confederated Michigan Tribal Education Directors have provided several well-thought-out recommendations to improve the education regarding Michigan Indigenous people in both a historical and a contemporary context. We are less than 2% of the population, but we are still burdened by widespread ignorance and misinformation, with dominant society still relying on stereotypes of Hollywood Western movies and sports team mascotry. Racial mascots prevalent in Michigan schools to the tune of 38 high schools and 53 total schools, anything from Redskins to Indians to Chippewas. As natives, we commonly hear our kids don't feel like they fit in. They hate to attend public schools. The administrators don't reflect them, and the curriculum doesn't reflect them. So we lag behind in almost every measure, including test scores, expulsion rates, graduation rates. A more and most horrific statistic is that the second leading cause of Native deaths in this country, aged 10 to 34, is suicide. I'll keep that in mind while my friend Val recites the following 7th grade English assignment from April 3rd, last month, in Sheboygan Middle School. it was assigned to 12 and 13-year-olds. And I have an exact replica of the assignment that I'm going to hold up for you, and it's also on your handout. As a Native American mother and grandmother, it was rage-inducing for me to read this poem. And make no mistake, it's not a misstep of insensitivity. It is ingrained, institutionalized racism exacerbated by Sheboygan's school sports mascot, the Chiefs, coupled with fervor for team spirit. This is Sheboygan's mascot logo. It's a stereotypical headdress that we do not use in Michigan that is on all their uniforms and induces all their team spirit, which it could be anything, any kind of logo or slogan or war cries and all the above. So my ask is twofold. I implore you to vote yes to the curriculum changes that our tribal education directors have recommended next month when you vote. And also work towards the total eradication of race-based mascots in Michigan, just like the state of Maine just did this year. They've accomplished the total eradication of every race-based sports mascot in their state. So Michigan should follow their example. Thank you.
This is titled 10 Little Indians. Ten little Indian boys went out to dine. One choked his little self, and then there was 9. 9 little Indian boys sat up very late. One overslept himself, and then there were 8. 8 little Indian boys traveling in Devon. One said he'd stay there, and then there were 7. 6 little Indian boys playing with a hive. A bumblebee stung one, and then there were 5. 5 little Indian boys going in for law. One got in chancery, and then there were 4. 4 little Indian boys going out to sea. A red herring swallowed one, and then there were 3. 3 little Indian boys walking in the zoo. A big bear hugged one, and then there were 2. 2 little Indian boys sitting in the sun. One got frizzled up, and then there was 1. 1 little Indian boy left all alone. He went and hanged himself, and then there was none. What is the purpose of this poem? I had asked myself that. What was the purpose of this poem? So I asked one of my daughters, had she ever heard this poem? Yes, I did. I heard it when I was in school. Well, how did that make you feel? She said it made her feel less than human. Made her feel she wasn't on the same level as others. How could we allow something like this to be considered to be used in a school educational setting where children are in the very essence of developing who their self is, who they are? Yeah, something like this. This to me is painful. I'm a mixed blood person, obviously. I'm here with Julie. I'm also on the Anishinaabe caucus. I'm also on the environmental caucus for the Michigan Democratic Party, and a few other ones that I sit on. And for everybody I've spoke to on these caucuses, they can see no purpose to have something like this. This is just a continuation of a hurt that's just been deeply, deeply allowed to root. And if we can't bring light to these type of things and get our educators, whom we all love and hold in great esteem, because educators they're with our most priceless and most precious asset in this country, are our children. How can we stand as those people that look forward to being one day, the people in leadership? We talk about social studies, we talk about civics, we talk about civility, we talk about our participation in the very important aspects of just participating in community government. But how can we do this? How can we do this? This is hateful, hurtful, and it's and I know you agree with me. I know you do. In your hearts, I can tell. I see every one of you. And I have that feeling that you totally agree. This is something that we just really have to stop. It's hurtful, it's hateful. Like you said, the highest amount of children committing suicide. We have a line in a poem right here that says for a child to hang themselves. This is just outrageous. And if you could do anything in any of your power to try to promote the non-use of this type of poetry or literature, or even, as Julie said, the mascot imagery, it's hurtful. It hurts. It hurts. I'm non-tribally affiliated, and I'm of Native American ancestry. And I don't see any reason why we should have any of our children subject to this. So please, anything that you can do.
Thank you. Your presentation today is a precursor to our next presentation. Your comments today are a precursor to our next presentation, which is on updating our presentation, updating our Michigan Professional Educators Code of Ethics, which would certainly negate these types of activities in the classroom. Thank you. Our next presentation is on the Michigan Professional Educators Code of Ethics. As technology advances and social media expands, it is necessary for Michigan's Code of Ethics to be updated with additional details to address the needs of effective educators in alignment with Goal 3 of the Top 10 and 10 Strategic Education Plan. The presentation this afternoon will provide an overview of the newly adopted Michigan Code of Educational Ethics, as well as public comment received from stakeholders during the adoption process. As a follow-up to today's presentation, we will include communication to the field of these updated Michigan Professional Education Code of Ethics. Joining us at the table this afternoon, Vanessa Kiesler, Deputy Superintendent of the Division of Educator, Student, and School Supports, as well as Leah Breen, Director of the Office of Educator Excellence. We do have a PowerPoint. The copy of the slides are coming around now. So welcome back, Vanessa, and welcome, Leah.
Thank you.
I'm going to let Leah start right off with this one.
Yeah, thank you. So you'll notice that Kelly Cassidy is also listed on the PowerPoint, and she was expected to be here today, and she had an unexpected absence. She was the one that did much of the legwork on the public comment around this item. And so any questions that we can't answer for you today, we're happy to follow up with you later when Kelly is available. So as Sheila mentioned, there have been a number of changes since we initially adopted the Michigan Professional Educator Code of Ethics in 2003. Things like technology are the biggest changes. Originally in 2003, the purposes of the code that were listed were to make professional educators' ethical commitment transparent to the general public, facilitate awareness and discussion for both pre-service and in-service educators on ethical standards, identify an agreed-upon set of ethical principles to guide decision-making, provide a consistent framework for thinking about the societal benefits of quality teachers, and raise awareness about the responsibilities of accepting a teaching certificate and or position in Michigan's educational system. So these original tenets are very important to our profession, particularly as Sheila mentioned as it pertains to the top 10 and 10, having an effective education workforce. That means ensuring that everybody who's working with our students is behaving in an ethical manner. So as we realized that it was time to update our current standards, we focused on 3 particular aspects. The first was appropriate use of social media. There's not a lot of guidance currently out there for educators on how to use social media. We wanted to update the Code of Ethics so that we could start working on supports for districts on how to use that Code of Ethics with their team. And we wanted to build that out with an updated policy rather than the old policy. And we wanted to impact a wider range of individuals. Our office, the Office of Educator Excellence, handles all of the criminal convictions for everybody who's ever been fingerprinted for purposes of school employment. So that's not just our teachers and school administrators and the people you'd normally expect. It's also our bus drivers, our custodial staff, our paraprofessionals, our lunchroom staff. These Code of Ethics need to, I can tell you from looking at those convictions, these Code of Ethics need to apply to a wider range of individuals rather than just our teachers. So, what is the new Michigan Code of Educational Ethics? There's a link to it up here, and the link goes directly to this colored document that's listed on our website, and this is just a screenshot to show you what it looks like when you see it. The Code of Ethics has a number of cross-cutting themes. Essentially, there's a focus on high expectations, academics, diversity, equity, and mutual respect. All of these things we think are critical to student achievement and classroom success. It follows through 5 main principles. The first principle is the responsibility to the profession. And one of the tenets of this is that professional conduct and responsibility may be higher than required by law. So, for example, a racist comment to a student may not get you arrested, but it could get you fired. Holding one another to the same ethical standards is also a tenet of this, that you are expected to act if you hear a teacher behaving in an unethical manner as another professional in the building. So principle 2, responsibility for professional competence. In this one, we expect a demonstration of the knowledge, skills, and dispositions required for professional competence. One example, and there's many, there's an in-depth document that goes with this. One example is using data sources or findings accurately and reliability, so not skewing data in a way to prove a point that's unethical would be an example. Principle 3 is responsibility of students. So we expect educational professionals to treat students with dignity and respect. We also expect them to promote the health, safety, and well-being of students by establishing and maintaining appropriate verbal, physical, emotional, and social boundaries. Part of this is acknowledging that there are no circumstances that allow for educators to engage in romantic or sexual relationships with students. Principle 4, responsible to the school community. So it is every adult that works in the building's responsibility to promote positive relationships and effective interactions with members of the school community and maintain professional boundaries. So an example that's cited here in the Code of Ethics is considering the implication of accepting gifts from or giving gifts to parents or guardians. As an educator and an educational professional, a coach, we need to be careful about that kind of thing. Responsible and ethical use of technology. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning. Essentially, we need educators and educational personnel to consider the impact of consuming, creating, distributing, and communicating information through all technologies and ensure appropriate boundaries of time, place, and role when using electronic communications. It also pertains to not just the things that we talked about, maintaining appropriate relationships and boundaries, but proprietary materials, FERPA, how to handle knowledge obtained from students like bullying, illegal activities, and self-harm when you see it on electronic communications or social media. So those 5 principles were developed. We used the Model Code of Educator Ethics as a starting point, and that was developed by a national set of educators and administrators for the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification, which is a national organization of essentially the people that I am across the nation. We used it as a starting point. We took it to our department leadership to get feedback, and then we took it out for public comment and public stakeholder feedback. We only had about 120 responses, even though we did send it directly to educators, administrators. We sent it to all of our education providers. We sent it out through all of our ed organizations. Sometimes that can be okay, because sometimes it means that there's not large disagreement with it. Of those responses, 13 of them did not respond to any questions. 120 responded to support with revisions or oppose, and there were 134 open-ended comments. So out of 152 responses, there was 120 that expressed support with revisions, or oppose. As you can see here in the roles, 30% of the responders were teachers, 34% were pre-service teachers, because I mentioned we did send it to our teacher candidates in our colleges and universities, and that's good because we want their first exposure to this to be in their college preparation programs, so their feedback is important as well. And then, as you can see below, there was a smattering of the other roles represented in the feedback. We asked them some specific questions, and when we had taken it to leadership team, these were themes that they raised that they wanted to know more about. So we asked our public community whether the adoption of the MCEE would contribute to the professionalism of the education profession. 56% strongly agreed, 42% somewhat agreed, and about 2% disagreed, 3% strongly disagreed to that. I can tell you on that the people who strongly disagree did not believe we should have a code of ethics at all, that professionals should monitor their own professional behavior. We asked them about alignment to the current code, so we wanted to make sure that these things that were important to us as the Department of Education were adequately addressed. Common good, mutual respect, equity, diversity, truth, and honesty. Overwhelmingly, the responders did believe that they were adequately addressed, so that was good. So here's the overall support. 76% would support, 22% with revisions, and 2% were the no. In the additional comments, the most common comment that we got is that they were awfully lengthy, and that is true because our former code of conduct was exactly 1 page. Our code of ethics, it was a page about this size. This is actually a companion document to what is now a, let me see, 9-page document. But I will tell you that this is the kind of detail that helps local districts build policies. Also in the why not adopt from the 2% is they felt it was unnecessary. I mentioned that. They thought it was too specific or detailed, and it was disrespectful of teachers as professionals. And here's kind of a breakdown of that. And you see that was 5 total responders in the bottom right-hand corner. So after we went through the public comment process and read all of the comments and categorized them, we brought it back to the department leadership seeking approval. We're currently here in the informational presentation to the State Board of Education, and our next steps would be communication to stakeholders. One of the things that we've been asked a lot by individuals who've been involved in this project are how will the new Code of Educational Ethics be used? So essentially, it's the basis for much needed local board policy, especially as it pertains to social media and electronic communication. It will be embedded in our educator preparation programs. The old code of conduct is already embedded. The ed prep institutions will transition to this new code of conduct. It is always included on the educator certificate, so every educator who comes out should have their certificate notarized, and it is included as part of that process as notarization that they acknowledged our code of ethics in Michigan. We are considering using it as for using it with ProEthica. So ProEthica is an online professional learning program that can be used, for example, in Michigan, if we have an educator that it has a criminal conviction and the state superintendent decides to suspend their teaching certificate, let's say of a period of 2 years, which is common. That individual is re-seeking certification. We can ask them to go through the ProEthica professional learning modules and demonstrate to us that they have sufficient knowledge of the Code of Ethics because it's actually aligned to the Model Code of Ethics, which is the basis of our policy. So that's a tool that we could use in the future that we couldn't with our last Code of Ethics because it wasn't aligned to the ProEthica tool. So that's available as a possibility. We would also like to develop training for K-12 on how to use this Code of Ethics and what it means and share the information with our educators. And that's my presentation for today. What questions do you have?
Okay, thank you, Leah, and we'll open it up to comments or questions from board members.
Sure.
Tom?
Okay, so I still don't quite understand how this is going to be used. So it's going to be included on the educator certificate. Does that mean that if somebody decides that they have not fulfilled this code or they have done something against it, that their certificate can be revoked?
No, in Michigan, the only legal authority that we are allowed is on the basis of a criminal conviction of an educator. So mostly it's a tool, currently it's a cool tool for our K-12 school districts for development of policy and development of contract language around that policy so that they can start implementing disciplinary action if they choose to around things like violations of the Code of Ethics.
Okay, so a local district may take this. They don't have to, though. They could decide that this Code of Ethics is too broad or too, they don't like some of it.
Correct.
Okay. Why didn't it come before us for approval?
Currently, it's not listed as one of the items that are within the State Board of Education's approval pathway. It's listed in the State Superintendent's approval pathway.
A list of that? Of what is and isn't?
Yep, it's all, sure, I'm happy to provide that for you. It's actually, I think it's right here. Things pertaining to certification. Yep, section 380-1531, if you'd like to pass that
Okay.
down.
So, okay, because consideration for using ProEthic. I'm just trying to figure out how this is being used because I may not have any questions if there's not any. So this consideration for ProEthica, does that have anything to do with if somebody violates or is perceived to have violated this code that they don't get certified or something, or?
No, we don't have any authority to take action on an educator's certificate like that, either revoke or refuse to authorize unless they have a criminal conviction. So we can't take, the Department of Education may not take action on ethical infractions at this time.
Okay, because I saw things. I don't know that I'm particularly. If there's no way that this is going to be used to revoke or to not allow somebody to teach them, because for 2.1a or 2A1. Incorporating state and national standards, there's a lot of people that think some of the Common Core standards are not developmentally appropriate, and that they actually harm children in the early ages. So I would hope that a teacher may violate that code, that 2A1, for the betterment of what they perceive for the child. 2B6, I saw that there was concerns about using data sources or findings accurately and reliably. Some people claim things are settled science when they may not be settled science, and all that. So I wouldn't want somebody to lose or get revoked or something because they are violating that one. And 3A1, respecting students by taking into account their age, gender, culture. There's this whole which pronouns and are you required, or are you going to lose your job if you use the wrong pronoun? And I just didn't know where this came into play. So it's just something districts might or might not use.
Correct.
Pretty broad.
So it would be up to a district to choose to use the Code of Ethics when they are engaged in conversation with their EA in settling perhaps a contract and what they believe should be the ethics of the teachers who work within their district.
this is, I guess.
The educators
There
within their
could be kind of a difficulty saying, we're not using the code of ethics that the state agrees to. I mean, it might be perceived as doing something less than, but I would argue that maybe we did something that's better, because some of this could be, I don't know, I mean, I could twist, or I could define a lot of this stuff and say somebody's violating it when they're not, or aren't violating it when they are, and I don't know, there's just a lot of gray area in this area.
And again, that would go to the district to
Right.
decide that, yes. Lupe?
So this is something like a guideline. Is this something like a guideline that we had for the LGBTQ situation? They're guidelines for the districts to have something to go by when they come to this kind of situation.
Could be guidelines or a model that
Model.
districts could choose
It's
to use.
not a requirement, it's not a mandate. Thank you.
Good question.
Yes, Michelle?
It's for educators, so does it apply to administration as well as to teachers? And what happens if an administrator is in violation?
It's
How would
actually
this be used?
applies to all educational personnel, so any adult working in a K-12 school district. These code of ethics could be applied to if the district chooses to. So it's about the ethical behavior of adults that interact with children, not just teachers.
And if it was the superintendent who is misbehaving, who would enforce through? I mean, I'm just wondering, like, what are the consequences if they're in violation? Is there anything, or is it just sort of
Their local board as
board.
employer.
their board? Okay, so the board would
Local
be the one
boards
to.
enforce all of their expectations for the superintendent.
Nikki?
So would this theoretically have been something that was used like in the sexual harassment case that we talked about with Dr. Rice's hiring? Because I know they paid out like a large settlement on that behalf, but this would have been a good,
This would have been a good tool for them to start having a conversation about developing policies explicit to that situation that they could then act on and write into their contract. You
I
can't
do-
just, my recommendation to a district wouldn't ever be go enforce this. It would be figure out in here what needs to be updated in your board policy that you've not covered adequately to address these kinds of situations.
it's hard because then there's that struggle of like, gosh, I don't know what number that is, 4C1. When she starts saying advocating for policies and laws that the educator supports is promoting the education and well-being of students and families. Does that mean all teachers have to be on board with a certain political mindset? And I know it's just a guide and I appreciate that, but most of us feel like, well, we want to be ethical, don't we? I mean, you don't want to say, yeah, I want to be ethical, but I'm not going to pay any attention to half that stuff. So it's like, anyhow, there are some things in here that are, yeah.
Right, I mean,
I'd want to know that if I commit to a profession, I don't also have to, you want to advocate for your students and families. So what does that mean and look like? And sometimes that looks different than what maybe louder people are saying.
Well, I think that's actually a lot of what this element would be speaking to, that as an educator, if you believe that this will help the well-being of your kids, that ethically speaking up on behalf of something that you think is good for education is a good thing to do. It's part of being part of the school community, not a bystander, not a quiet naysayer. Get involved, speak up in appropriate venues, or maybe sometimes in inappropriate venues. I mean, sometimes there are cases where advocating for children is the most
Requires being
important thing, and we have a lot of examples of that. So this is, trying to help say that is part of, and like Leah said, part of this is training for teachers or educators, all educational personnel to think about in terms of their personal growth and development and how they will approach the profession, naming some things that may not immediately come to mind, like I may need to speak up on behalf of something. So yeah, I think that is actually just that thing about, it's not about only promote what you're told to promote, it's about speak up when you think it's important.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Leah and Vanessa.
Thank you.
Moving on to the regular meeting agenda, approval of the State Board of Education minutes. We have 5 different sets of minutes to approve. So beginning with the approval of minutes of special meeting of April 5th, 2019, may I please have a motion?
Second.
There has been a motion and support. Is there any discussion?
This does not include the closed session?
No, the closed session is next.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next is the approval of the minutes of the closed session of April 5th, 2019. May I please have a motion to approve the minutes of the closed session?
So moved.
Support?
Support.
We have a motion and support. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving on to the approval of the minutes of the regular and committee of the whole meeting of April 9th, 2019.
I had one change to that. It said on page 12, number 29, XXIX, that, shoot, my computer just blacked out. But,
Point of information, do we make the motion and second it, and then we have
Then we have
discussion?
discussion. Okay,
That's fine.
thank you. That'll give you time to look
Sure.
for it.
I move.
Okay,
Support.
okay, we have a motion and we have support. Now, is there any discussion?
yeah, it just said something to the effect that I want to have it come before, A to F come before us. And I'd rather it actually not ever come before us, but,
What are you talking
the minutes on page 12 of 12, the board, comments from the board members.
Oh, you're talking about the one we just approved, the
No.
minutes of
No,
the...
no, no.
No, G.
April 9th. Here.
Oh, gee.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it is. Yeah, it says, Mr. McMillan said he is hoping that the board will see a proposal for implementation of the ADF accountability system. And I actually meant that I hope that we'll have the opportunity to debate and approve, or disapprove, that we were going to be able to say, and then I think Cassandra has said, and I think, or both of you said, yes, we actually are, and I was very happy about that, but I don't know,
I think I may have said that we were bringing a presentation to the board.
well, but that we would approve whatever it is.
Yeah, the criteria as we move forward
Yeah.
would come before the board.
Come
Right.
before the
Right.
board, yes.
Right, for our approval. Yeah, and so that's, so that's all I wanted, was the flavor. That makes it look like I was just interested in getting it going. Actually, I'm not. I'm interested in just making sure that we will be able to approve it or not, that it's going to come before us. Because it was, I don't know, if you want to hold off on that and look at the tape or whatever, the video, I'm fine with that too. But I would just
Okay.
say,
Well,
the
If
board,
you can you recommend some
Here,
language?
yes.
Because I
Mr.
think we've-
McMillan said that he hopes the board will have the opportunity to debate and approve the A to F system. That would be my amendment to the minutes.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the amended minutes.
Either that, oh yeah. Well, it hasn't been amended yet. If the maker accepts it as a friendly amendment, then we don't have to vote on it. But otherwise, if they don't, then we have to vote on the amending it, and then we have to vote on it as amended.
Yeah, I accept.
Okay.
You accept it as a friendly amendment? Okay. So we have a motion and support. We have discussion. Any more discussion on this? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Approval of minutes of special meeting of April 22nd, 2019.
So moved to approve?
Support.
We have a motion and we have support. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. And then the last is the approval of the minutes of special meeting of April 24th, 2019. May I please have a motion to approve the special meeting? Support?
Support.
We have both a motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to the report of the president. Okay, so we will now move on to the report of the interim state superintendent. I'd like to begin by sharing with the board a letter of appreciation that I sent to educators, and I would like to read it to the board. Dear Michigan teachers, Teacher Appreciation Month and this specifically designated Teacher Appreciation Week of May 6th through 10th is a time to remember excellent educators of the past and to thank all teachers who currently motivate, inspire, and nurture tomorrow's future leaders. When looking back to our childhood, each of us can recall a special teacher who provided a positive impact on our life. and help us grow as a person. As teachers, you are now those role models for your students with the power to change the trajectory of their lives. We at the Michigan Department of Education, along with the State Board of Education, would like to express our deepest gratitude for your outstanding contributions to your students, district, and profession. Teaching is an extremely challenging occupation that requires you to raise the bar academically while helping students overcome their personal challenges as well. Each of you rise to this task every day, demonstrating a clear devotion to deliver innovative, engaging, high-quality instruction while providing a consistent, positive, trustworthy presence in your students' lives. By embracing the diverse learning needs of all students, you help them meet their self-determined academic and personal goals to their highest potential. Michigan students are fortunate to have such dedicated educators. We commend you for your commitment to building rewarding relationships within your classroom, school, and community, to engage all stakeholders to be part of the education process. It takes all of us to reach the goal to make Michigan a top 10 education state in 10 years. The State Board of Education and the MDE supports all efforts, training, and resources available to our state's educators so that you may continue to have a tremendous impact on the children you teach. Please accept our heartfelt gratitude for the countless hours that you commit to your profession. Sincerely, Sheila A. Alice, Interim State Superintendent. So with that, I'd like to also share a PowerPoint presentation with you because I thought I would share with you some of the events that I have attended, that I have presented at, and some of my school visits during the past month. So I'm going to start with the Detroit Public Schools Community District. Dr. Vitti presented his first State of the Schools address for DPSCD on April 10th at Renaissance High School in Detroit. The evening began with a wonderful musical performance by the Cass Tech Madrigal Choir, followed by a welcome from Dr. Iris Taylor. She is the president of the DPSCD Board of Education, and Dr. Taylor introduced the all-female Board of Education members. Dr. Vitti took the stage then and provided an overview of the district's 5-year plan, which has been implemented these past 2 years, and the positive transformation these initiatives have had on the district. During the second year of the reform, some of the items that he highlighted included DPSCD has demonstrated signs of improving enrollment with over 4,000 new students, student attendance, student engagement with fewer suspensions, improved student achievement in reading, as well as improved student achievement in mathematics. Dr. Vitti also talked about the district's commitment to the role of the whole child, which also happens to be one of MDE's 3 priorities. He talked about the work of the partnership schools and the positive impact that is having on the district. He talked about the ability to fill vacant teaching positions, and those have been cut in half. And he also talked about the additional responsibilities for parents to become more involved in the district, which is a key factor in the improvement efforts of DPSCD. In my opinion, Dr. Vitti and his leadership team are making an impressive, transformative difference in DPSCD. Next, I attended the Child Abuse Prevention Rally that was held on the steps in front of the state capitol on April 25th. The rally began with a welcome and opening remarks by Suzanne Greenberg, who is the Education Director of the Children's Trust Fund, and then continued with remarks from legislators, State Department, local and education leaders, including Senator Debbie Stabenow. Interspersed throughout the rally were musical performances by the students from the Dwight Rich Middle School of the Arts in Lansing, students from the Lansing Community College Choir, and Pastor Charles Laster, as well as a native song and drumming by Elder Don Lyons. And then the rally culminated with a procession to plant pinwheels on the traffic roundabout on Washington Street. Next was the CTE showcase that I attended. This annual showcase took place on the second floor of the Michigan Capitol building last month. This year, there were about 75 students and teachers from 14 schools across Michigan that participated. The showcase emphasizes the value CTE programs have in preparing students for 21st century careers. I had the opportunity to visit the event and talk with students and teachers about their experiences in the CTE program, as well as sample some culinary delights such as pickled cupcakes and spicy white chili, and view some of the student products that they created. Students and teachers were both eager to talk about their CTE programs and their experiences within it. I had the pleasure of meeting with districts and ISD superintendents on the west side of the state last month to provide them with an update on some of the work that we are doing within the department. I talked about A to F accountability, the 1-week extension of the M-STEP testing window, snow day bills, social studies standards, and I encouraged them to participate in the listen and learn sessions as well as the online survey. And I gave them an update on the state superintendent search. At the conclusion, I opened it up to a Q&A and responded to all of the questions that the superintendents had. And I had the opportunity to attend the very first School and Education Summit, and I was asked to provide a short address to the summit. The summit was co-sponsored by the Michigan Department of Education and the Michigan After School Partnership, or MASP, and it was held in Lansing last month. The focus of the summit was to celebrate successes of after-school programs, share best practices in order to expand existing programs, and encourage the development of new programs. I believe that the after-school programs support the emphasis of whole child. Additional speakers included representatives from MASP, education leaders, as well as local, ISD, department, and university levels, policymakers, and local and regional leaders, and of course, we heard from students. They talked about the benefits of after-school programs. It was an honor to address the Michigan school business officials during their annual conference earlier this month. Keynote presentations during this 2-day conference included Dr. David Arson, who we heard today, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, as well as Kay Francis. Breakout sessions occurred both before and after the general and keynote presentations. MDE staff were well represented. They offered 12 different breakout sessions during the conference. I want to thank the MDE staff for providing guidance, direction, and support to district-level business and technology officials to help them understand upcoming changes and updates from the department. And of course, the conference provides a great opportunity to learn, network, and socialize with leaders from across the state. Michigan Teacher of the Year occurred recently. It was an honor and a privilege to announce Kara Lougheed as Michigan's 2019-2020 Teacher of the Year on May 8th in front of 1,600 students, staff, and guests at Stony Creek High School and Rochester Community Schools. Kara was selected from more than 400 applicants from across the state, and she will represent Michigan teachers at the state and national level, including having a seat at the State Board of Education table for our future meetings. Joining me for this very special announcement were State Board members Michelle Fecto and Judy Pritchett, and our 2018-19 Michigan Teacher of the Year, Laura Chang. There are many other district, school, and community leaders, including additional MDE staff who were present that day. Announcing the Michigan Teacher of the Year is one of the most rewarding and energizing parts of this role as interim state superintendent. It is a great day to celebrate and recognize all educators. This past Friday, I had the pleasure to attend the Metro Bureau annual dinner meeting in Detroit. The evening began with a welcome by Carl Weiss, who is the executive director of Metro Bureau, and then I was honored to be asked to make some remarks to the attendees. The speaker that evening was Carol Kane, host of the weekly television show Michigan Matters. Her address touched on the talent gap in Michigan and the importance of education in reducing it. She also talked about 3 things that she believed would make a difference from her conversations that she's had with many different people. And those 3 things included funding. She referenced 2 very important reports, the School Finance Research Collaborative and the Michigan State University study. She talked about the role of teachers, both incentivizing teachers to enter the field and then providing ongoing relevant professional learning to encourage them to stay within the field. And she talked then about the investment of early childhood, specifically birth to 3, as well as universal preschool for all 4-year-olds. Her address concluded by inviting me up to the podium for a spontaneous Q&A about my experience as interim state superintendent. I did ask on my way up to the podium if I got stumped if I could call a friend. And then I had a wonderful opportunity to visit a couple of school districts this past month. First was the Monroe Public Schools last month. The school district's 5 elementary schools, middle school, high school, and alternative high school, as well as their math and science center and their learner center, created what they called pride tables. These tables displayed what were special programs that existed in each of these schools. They had student representatives and teachers at each of the tables to talk about their programs. Because it's not possible to visit all of the schools, they had all of the schools represented and an opportunity for me to talk with the students and the staff at from each of the schools. I heard about the IB program, Leader in Me program, and STEM at the elementary level. I heard about the enrichment programs at the middle school and about the alternative education program that's provided at the high school. And then I was given a guided tour of the CTE program at the high school. It included visits to trade skill career labs, to the health centers, the visual arts classroom, the automotive classroom, and then the performing arts classroom where the students performed a very impressive a cappella version of Lean on Me. My visit culminated with a presentation by staff members from across the district on their continuous improvement efforts. They talked about instructional infrastructure, intensive student supports, and how they use data to review student achievement, student performance, and how they use that data for their continuous improvement efforts. The district's focus on the whole child was obvious and explicitly noted during their presentation. Again, whole child is one of MDE's 3 priorities. It was obvious to me that Monroe Public Schools has much to be proud of. And then this past Friday, I had the pleasure of visiting Dundee Community Schools. I also had an opportunity to visit the high school. Students in one of the high school science classes were teaching science concepts to kindergarten students. Needless to say, there was a lot of joyful and energetic learning occurring in the classroom. I also spent some time in the high school's Future Farmers of America program. I visited the greenhouse that they have there. The students plant from saplings or from seeds all the plants in the greenhouse and then sell them during the spring as a fundraiser for the program. And then I had an opportunity to talk to students about their hands-on experiences in zoology, biology, ecoscience, and business administration classes. The next stop on the tour was to the elementary school, where I had the pleasure of reading to 2 Young 5 classrooms. That was 2 Young 5 classrooms of students. That was truly a delight. And then I visited the middle school, where I met with an 8th grade Algebra 1 class and talked with them and their teacher about the individualized and blended learning program that they have for teaching and learning math. My visit to Dundee School culminated in a meeting with the district superintendent, village and township managers, and local press to discuss the district's collective partnerships to improve student outcomes and their plans for the future. We also talked about the Monroe County Superintendent's Early Childhood Plan, which of course is supported by MDE's priority of P8. It was obvious to me as I was visiting the schools and the classrooms that there were great things that were happening in Dundee Community Schools to support all their learners. And that concludes my report for this month. So now we will introduce Laura Chang to come to the podium. Laura Chang, as I mentioned earlier, is our 2018-19 Michigan Teacher of the Year. Laura is the K-5 Reading and Math Interventionist in the Vicksburg Community Schools. Joining her this afternoon is Courtney Valentine. Courtney is Regional 10 Teacher of the Year. Courtney is a mathematics teacher at the Detroit International Academy for Young Women in Detroit Public Schools Community District. Welcome both Laura and Courtney.
Thank you. So the United Arab Emirates, they have identified the need to prepare their students for with 21st century skills. And in order to reach that goal, they worked with STEM Revolution, based out of Arizona, to bring in state teachers of the year, global teacher prize winners, presidential award winners in math and science, to facilitate this learning with their K-12 Emirati teachers. Our team flew into Dubai last month and spread out in groups of 3 across the UAE to facilitate this learning with cohorts of their teachers. Our team of 3 traveled through the desert, through the mountains, from the metropolis of Dubai to the Emirate of Fujairah, and that's on the coast of the Gulf of Oman. Fujairah, like other major cities in the UAE, has literally risen up out of the desert in the past 15 years. One side of the city is filled with skyscrapers and business and residential, and the other side has all of the major infrastructure being built, being put in right before our very eyes. We spent 5 days working with K-5 teachers at the Merba School for Girls. Although all of the teachers speak both English and Arabic, I worked with a translator, Amira, who you'll see in the bottom corner there, to help communicate and navigate the week's work. These passionate, committed teachers are from all over the world: Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, India, throughout Asia, and even the United States. The main goals for this week were to work with teachers to integrate stream thinking into their lessons. This didn't include hardware or tools or toys or even computers. It included stream thinking, preparing students to be complex problem solvers, collaborators, communicators. The UAE's goal is to develop students as innovators and entrepreneurs so that they're ready after their K-12 journey to enter the workforce as forward thinkers. We developed a deep knowledge of growth mindset and design thinking during the week and applied ways to share this information, the shift in teaching with the students. We experienced how hands-on, engaging lessons not only motivate students, but we also looked at data that to prove that they also improve test scores and student retention and student achievement. We spent a lot of time discussing how STREAM isn't just one more thing to add to our curriculum, but it's just a different way to do business. It's about identifying the standards that are most important. I've talked in previous State Board of Education meetings and reports about identifying priority standards in our district in Vicksburg. Well, they're doing the same in the UAE. Once these standards are identified, the teachers work collaboratively to shift their lessons to include not only the essential skills in the standards, but real-world application of key learning processes, including collaboration, critical thinking, and more. This was an incredible week. I had many misconceptions about the Middle East that I didn't realize until I arrived there, and those misconceptions were just blown out of the water. I'm certain that I learned more from these incredible teachers than they learned from me over that week. And I hope to have a chance to contribute to their work in the future also. This opportunity, and so many others, is due to the fact that I was named Michigan Teacher of the Year, and for that I'm so grateful. I traveled to Washington, D.C. with the other 56 Teachers of the Year from the United States and Territories at the beginning of April. I didn't help fly the plane, but I did talk my way into the cockpit, in case you were wondering. Although we had a full week of professional learning, networking, and ed policy work, we did find time to explore the sites of DC. We had the opportunity to experience Arlington National Cemetery's rich history, including the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and JFK's gravesite. This quote from JFK's inaugural address, "Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike, that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans," was carved in a stone block near his gravesite, and it really resonated with each of us as teachers representing teachers and as advocates for our students. We had a chance to visit the National Mall, home to these iconic monuments that you see here. I stood in the exact spot that Martin Luther King Jr. stood 56 years ago when he gave his I Have a Dream speech. It was an honor to see these sites. Secretary of Education DeVos shared some words with our group at a recognition event, and then presented the newly named 2019 National Teacher of the Year, Mr. Rodney Robinson, pictured there from Maryland with his award. After the ceremony, we were asked to place our cell phones and smartwatches on a table, line up in the back of the room in alphabetical order by state, and the Secret Service whisked us from the Eisenhower Building across a drive to the west wing of the White House. While we were waiting in that reception area, Vice President Pence came through the room, congratulated each of us individually, and then took a group picture. After that, we were ushered into the Oval Office where President Trump congratulated our cohort on our achievements and took some time with each of us individually. We had the pleasure of visiting Capitol Hill and speaking with Representative Jahana Hayes, who is also the 2016 National Teacher of the Year. And we rounded out our week with a lovely breakfast hosted by Second Lady Karen Pence. The teachers and their spouses explored the beautiful grounds after Pence honored our group with an uplifting message as a teacher herself. Oh, and we met the famous Pence family pet, Marlon Bundo. Every teacher in our cohort has passion work. For some, it's equity in rural areas. For others, it's urban. We're fighting for equity for all students, regardless of their zip code, for better teacher retention, for recruiting a more diverse workforce, for better pay, for relationships, for less focus on standardized testing, for strong mentoring programs. The list goes on and on. When the work I'm doing seems daunting, I remind myself of missionary Jill Briscoe's words. From now on, the orbit of your life, the space between your own 2 feet, that is your mission field. Knowing that these 56 and many more of my dear friends from all over the U.S. and beyond are committing themselves to the educational orbit of their lives gives me great hope. Now, Courtney Valentine, Regional Teacher of the Year from Region 10, is going to take a few minutes to share a few points specific to her region.
So as we've heard a couple times today, DPSCD recently held its first State of the Schools address, and Superintendent Beatty shared updates on our schools as well as the district's vision for our future. And we invite you to view that at DetroitK12.org. A couple of points that I wanted to mention is our first year implementation of our teacher-driven K-8 literacy and math curriculum and our new assessments with actionable data has resulted in our stronger readers as well as growing mathematicians. Also, DPSCD discontinued the use of water last fall, and our hydration stations have finally arrived. We're excited about that. They will ensure that there is no lead or copper in the water consumed by our students and staff. Finally, one concern echoed throughout Region 10 has been inequitable funding for high-needs students and especially special education students, as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Arson. Dr. Beatty and the DPSCD School Board is committed to continuing to scale the needed reforms while developing the capacity of our leaders and students to once again show the world what Detroit children are capable of when an educational system addresses their needs and enhances their gifts and talents. So as our progress continues, We're looking for support from state leaders to ensure that state-level policies and investments are evidence-based and prioritize equity in Michigan's educational system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both to Laura and to Courtney. Any questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. The next item on today's agenda is the approval of extension of moratorium on granting preliminary approval of educator preparation institutions in Michigan. The moratorium on approving new educator preparation institutions was originally instituted by the State Board of Education on August 9th of 2005, and extended in August 2008, again in June of 2012, and October of 2015, and most recently on October 9th of 2018 for a period of 6 months in order to gather information. Staff is proposing that the Educator Preparation Institutions moratorium be extended for an additional 3 years. That will run it through April 20th of 2022. The board is being asked to consider approval at today's meeting. Our presenter this afternoon, again, is Leah Breen, Director of the Office of Educator Excellence.
Oh.
And you have a PowerPoint, I believe?
You. All right, so we'll dive right in. For a little bit of history, since we originally brought this item, and we have a couple of new members since that time, the moratorium specifically prohibits a college and university new to teacher preparation in Michigan from applying to become an ed prep institution. The moratorium currently does not prohibit new alternative route to teacher preparation programs, just traditional programs.
Oops, sorry.
The first moratorium was instituted August 9th of 2005. It was extended in 2008, 2012, and 2015. When we brought it back October 2018, the board asked for a 6-month extension, which expired on April 13th, 2019. In October, when you all asked for the extension, you asked for some additional research and information, specifically some stakeholder feedback, some data, and some options for consideration. So we're bringing that to you here today. So the first question, or one of the questions that the board raised, was, does limiting the number of institutions limit the number of graduates? And there was some concern expressed that that we didn't want to do anything to further choke the pipeline of educators entering the workforce. So we did some research for you. And essentially what you're looking at here is the number of ed prep programs over time on the bottom. So you can see that beginning in 2012, 2013, we increased the number of ed prep programs. And at that time, the top line is a slow decrease in the amount of providers. So there isn't any data to indicate in Michigan that by increasing the number of providers, we are actually increasing the number of teachers that are choosing to go in the profession. National trends in enrollment appear to be declining as well. And that is the same whether a state has either 4 or 44 education preparation institutions. The national question that's often raised around this topic is what number is the right number? So there's some argument in Michigan that when we placed the moratorium, we were right-sizing the number of institutions, that we may have had more institutions than we had candidates to sustain. So we are all trying to figure out nationally what is the right number of institutions to support the number of graduates that we need. Further, there was a recent article published by the National Center on Education and the Economy, and they indicate that they studied actually universities in top performing countries. Alberta, Canada has one of the best performing education systems in the world, and they have roughly the same population as Kentucky. There are 28 prep programs in Kentucky and 9 in Alberta. So that would provide evidence that having a good preparation program does not require quantity. Many top-performing systems limit the number of teacher training options to a few high-quality programs so they can invest in individuals who will generally stay in the profession for a substantial career rather than leave the profession quickly because they aren't prepared well. Since the moratorium was introduced, 5 traditional EPIs have closed, and they are listed there. Further, at least one EPI has signaled its intent to cease its teacher preparation within the next year due to declining enrollment, and 2 more are greatly reducing programs offered. Candidate pool is currently smaller, and it is very difficult to maintain quality programs in very small preparation programs. We do, however, have new alternative route programs, so our overall number of ed prep programs has increased to our highest point. So the October and the current recommendation is listed on the chart. We are requesting an extension of the moratorium for 3 years through April 30th, 2022. It is our belief that data don't indicate that more UPIs are better. It limits the amount of technical assistance by MDE. We can focus on data collection and continuous improvement. We can focus on supporting them through the new national accrediting bodies that we have, and we can focus on helping K-12 districts and institutions form partnerships to place in hard to staff districts and positions. So implementation of innovations like residency programs are very time intensive and require a lot of support from the department. New programs, whether they're traditional or alternative route, take away from these efforts. It takes up to 8 years for a new institution to gain full approval. Additionally, opening new programs will further diffuse enrollment and potentially close other existing programs because they will become too small to maintain. So we went and asked our stakeholders. I'm going to read a couple of the quotes from the institutions that are listed up there. MASB, the Michigan Association of School Boards, is supportive of maintaining the moratorium. Quote, as much as we know we need more people in the education field, adding new institutions doesn't get us greater numbers and could dilute the ability to maintain quality in the programs. MASB is in favor of expanding the moratorium to alternative certification, except for CTE and special education programs. Michigan Association of School Administrators would like to keep the moratorium and expand to alternative routes, excluding new programs for special education and career and technical education. And the Michigan Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, and this is a quote, existing Michigan EPIs have the capacity to develop additional prospective teachers and are located throughout the state, providing access for potential teachers. We share MDE's concern that rather than increase the number of teachers, removing the moratorium will decrease the enrollment at existing ed prep programs, increasing the challenge of running low enrollment programs, making them unsustainable. We only need to look to physical education, hearing impairment, visual impairment, and physical or otherwise health impairment endorsements example of this challenge. We do not believe expanding Michigan teacher preparation programs at this time is a solution to solving Michigan's teacher shortage and could exacerbate it. Other stakeholders declined the opportunity to provide feedback or did not respond. It is important to note on the basis of the feedback provided by these institutions that the law actually prohibits alternative routes to CTE and special education, so it would not be possible for us to fulfill their request to extend the moratorium to alternate routes other than CTE or special education because they are actually prohibited.
I'm sorry. That was very circular. Can you say that again?
I sure can. So in these 2 of the 3 of these requests, they asked to expand the moratorium to alternative certification except for CTE and special education programs. Alternative routes to certification are governed by law and they are explicitly prohibit CTE and special education. So we don't have any alternative routes to CTE or special education and we couldn't basically do what they're asking because they're already not allowed.
They're asking for a moratorium on alternative with the exception of something that doesn't exist anyway.
Right,
so,
exactly.
So we could do a moratorium.
Yes, but we can't help them with a CTE special education. That's why it sounded circular.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay.
What about non-alternative routes? Are they, they're not saying that, I mean, is there such a thing as, I don't know, I mean, could there be more options for expanding or not doing the moratorium on just normal routes for CTE and special ed?
Yep, so I have, you did ask us to provide options and I have that coming up. Great. So one of the things that we thought it might be helpful for you to know at that point is how many special education and CTE programs we have, in case there was a concern that we don't have enough existing CTE or special education programs. Here they are listed. As you can see, autism spectrum disorder, there are 12 programs throughout the state and it moves toward the right. We have had programs closing due to lack of enrollment, as was mentioned in the one of the earlier comments. Here's the distribution of those special education programs throughout the state. So that's pretty good. And distribution of career and technical education programs. I tried to display the number of programs for CTE for you in a graph, and it's very complicated because there are hundreds of zip codes, which is what they use as endorsements for CTE, so there isn't actually a great graphical way to display it for you that fits on a PowerPoint slide. I can provide that information, and it isn't really hard to kind of roll them up into clean buckets, but there are CTE programs distributed throughout the state in hundreds of different zip code areas. So, again, we recommend the maintenance of a moratorium is currently configured for an additional 3 years. This is generally supported by our stakeholders. The SBE has several options to consider. You could extend the moratorium for traditional educator preparation institutions for a specific period. You could expand the moratorium to alternative route programs. You could extend the moratorium for a specified period with the exclusion of special ed programs identified by the SPI, or you could remove the moratorium in full. And Tom, your question kind of falls in the third bucket. You could extend the moratorium for a specified period with the exclusion of specific programs. We would encourage you to leave a little bit of flexibility so as it changes over time, and we want to consider programs that maybe aren't CTE or special education or something that you choose, but somebody presents a great program to us that we think may be of value to educators, that you would provide the superintendent to make that decision rather than having it to bring back to the board every time. And that is all. Questions do you have?
Okay, so now we will open it up to comments, questions from board members. Sandra.
I have a question. Do alternative route programs, do they go through an accreditation process as well?
They are embarking on accreditation. They have a number of years to which gather data through the preliminary process, just like traditional alternate routes, but they're just starting our accreditation process. The first ones will be entering.
Is that the same process as the traditionals go through?
It is.
Yes, Michelle.
So currently there are alternative routes.
Yes.
They have or have not gone through an accreditation process.
Not yet. They have
So they're
to,
providing teachers without going through an accreditation process.
correct. All institutions in their preliminary approval process, they exit candidates and they build data so that when they get to the point of accreditation, they can verify the quality of their programs, but they need multiple years of data to do that.
They don't make the accreditation. What happens to those teachers?
So we help them develop an exit plan for those teachers. We help them transition to other colleges and universities. To which
Have already graduated?
No.
No, they wouldn't have already graduated.
They wouldn't have already graduated. So for the beginning years in a program, they have the traditional programs have a partner institution, and they recommend candidates on their behalf. So they would still be recommended by an accredited institution. In terms of our alternative routes, their program is about the equivalent of 6 credits, and they have to pass the test. So there isn't really any higher level accountability measures at this point. When they go through the accreditation process, they'll start looking at the 6 credits that they offer. It's very different, though. They don't go into their undergrad coursework because they already have that before they've
Right.
right.
So it's just the teaching part.
Mhm.
So I know that there's some out of state, right? Alternative routes. How do you, so that's those are parts of what's not accredited, or how do we control for the quality if they're not even in our purview? And why do we accept them if we're not sure that they meet the same quality that we're demanding of our own state institutions?
Right. So some of that, it's complicated. So we have laws and administrative rule that require us to be reciprocal in our certifications. Most or all of those candidates that are coming in got their bachelor's degree from an accredited university, and so it's really the teaching certificate that's being issued through the alternative route. So it's a little bit different in terms of the accreditation. Typically, if they have gone through the other state's process of certificate viability and the state feels like they've met their standards, we treat them reciprocally just like we do any other program, that any other person.
It's not like any private or I had heard about a program where it's sort of for some teachers in Michigan that it wasn't necessarily a well-regarded alternative program. And I can't remember the name of the institution that people could get a degree online, live in Michigan, get in a degree, online degree from out of state to be certified, and then teach here. But they were living in Michigan, and there was this online option to become a teacher, which, you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
I don't know which program specifically because
It's
there's
online, out of state, private, whatever.
probably a lot of them, I would guess. So first they would have to obtain an out-of-state certificate from that state agency that authorizes that provider, and then we would consider it in terms of reciprocity. But they can't go to an out-of-state online provider, tell us they finished it, and then we just give them a Michigan certificate. They have to demonstrate they met their state requirements.
Okay, the state where they got the certification
Correct.
from.
Yeah, the state where the program is approved or housed.
All right.
Michelle, Tom?
You know, I think this, whenever it comes up, I just don't, well, I guess it hasn't come up. It's every 3 years.
It
I
has
mean,
been,
we've
yep.
talked about it. I know
Yes, we did.
we've talked about it
back
before,
in
but
October.
I don't understand limiting competition. I mean, this is classic, kind of like with hospitals and certificate of need, where it's going to take away from others. And then, I mean, it takes away if, you know, what happens if you have bad programs right now and there's not enough competition? Maybe they should be shut down, or maybe they should have to do a little bit more for their students in order to keep attracting them. I mean, I think competition, so I just, of course, that third group, the Michigan Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, they don't want any more competition. Of course, they're going to say this is ridiculous and they don't like it. But I mean, you know, just saying that, and there was anecdotal, some graph that said we increased the number and decreased the number of teachers. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why people becoming teachers and teacher certifications have been going down. It may not have anything to do with increasing. But I mean, if there's one across the street, if we have more of them, maybe if there's one more local so somebody could get their certificate. I mean, there's just all kinds of reasons why, and I just don't, you know, maybe there's out of the box thinking about how to limit overhead and how to deliver great services, and who knows what's out there. I mean, it's just.
Can I add on to you?
Yeah.
Just one of the things I was thinking of was how many schools do we have, and what is the average cost of a teaching certificate through the schools that we do have? What I would like to see is educators be able to go to school without graduating with the debt that they're graduating with. So I respect the things that you're saying here, but I'm also wondering about that, you know, just that when you say eliminate overhead,
Right.
we can't ever
Cost,
eliminate
right.
overhead, but we can.
Well, yeah, reduce it.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder about that. I'm wondering about what are the existing institutions, what directions are we headed in, and how do we get teachers that not only want to be in the profession, but can afford to be.
So I think philosophically, and you know, Tom, you do bring this up when we talk about this, so we understand you're pro-competition in this space. The department is bringing forward our recommendation based on the data, and the data we did, as Leah said, we actually went through a fairly extensive process to pull multiple data points, to look at national comparisons, to interrogate the data we have. We have not done an extended causal study about why, how this exact relationship, but we believe that when we triangulate our data and based on what we know about providing quality technical assistance, our recommendation is a moratorium. We understand the board may vote differently, but what we're bringing forward is our best recommendation based on our data, our experience, our expertise, conversations with stakeholders, and looking at national comparisons. So I can tell you that we have 45 approved EPPs in Michigan currently. 31 are traditional programs, 7 are approved alternative route providers for initial teacher preparation, 4 are approved alt route for administrator preparation, 3 are approved providers for teacher leader programs only. In terms of average cost, I mean, I can get that for you. It's going to be skewed because our alternative route programs are much cheaper than earning a bachelor's degree program through any kind of college or university program that we have anywhere in any of the 50 states, including one of our programs actually offers the program free until you're employed. So.
Yeah.
I just had some discussion with some of our faculty at Wayne State University that teach special ed, and they are, because the enrollment is so low, people don't want to go in. These professions are just, people don't want to become teachers. And think they're not going to the schools, not necessarily, like you say, because of the school, it's because the profession, and it doesn't pay enough to pay for their debt. And for a lot of reasons, that's difficult to attract teachers to the profession right now. But what I learned is that because of the low enrollment, the teachers, the faculty that is there, their lines are being cut because they can't sustain the faculty, which means they can't. The faculty that are there are stretched thin. It means the students might not get the classes they need in 4 years to graduate because it's a lot of juggling with not a lot of resources. Yet also the fact that the school isn't bringing in the tuition money may put pressure to raise tuition, not lower tuition. So sometimes when there's too much, and in Detroit, there's a number of different universities nearby and commuting distance. There's the competition, but the problem is that the supply is of the students is not there. There's more, and the resources are stretched. And I believe, what is it, the deaf, or is that the one where there's no schools anymore in Michigan that teach teachers to work with the deaf students?
We have two programs. One is an online that we forged with multiple universities across the nation in order to support those teachers in Michigan, because there is such low enrollment, we can't even sustain them.
Sustain them. So you need enrollment to sustain these programs. So if you disperse the limited enrollment, it just stretches the resources thin all over. So I don't know. I mean, if we had a lot of students and and then this idea of competition, I think that would make sense. But I think because we're so down on people going in, the universities that are preparing our teachers are struggling in many ways. So to sustain their colleges, to keep the doors open. So,
I mean, I would just say that, I mean, I believe that the law of supply and demand, there may be too much supply of colleges for the demand currently. That could change if we have our way and give more teacher autonomy and less high stakes. Maybe that'll change. Hopefully we're going to be doing things to change that. But I mean, maybe some need to close, but then maybe some need to open that are more innovative and more lower costs. Maybe I don't know, things are changing so quickly that I could understand that those that are in the system don't want any changes, but maybe this will push changes so that teachers don't have to spend as much money and that they're forced to do innovations. And I don't know. Look, I mean, as far as limiting competition, I'm not too excited about the idea anyway. So I mean, if there's a limit of supply or of demand, then maybe the supply needs to go down, but then it may need to go up in some areas as well.
So I don't know, how do you make sure that if somebody comes up with a new innovative idea, or I look at some of the stuff Marygrove is doing, which sounds really interesting to me. But to me, they're already approved and they're still being innovative, even though they're I don't know. I just wish we could make it a profession that a lot of people wanted to go into, because it's sure needed. They're needed.
And what about, if it's not that whole thing, what about the CT and special ed? I mean, like you mentioned at Wayne State, but I don't know. I mean, is there chances that if one popped up, I mean, I'd hate to limit the opportunities to get more special ed teachers. It seems like
they're not coming.
They're not coming, but I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just think things are getting, the opportunities with technology is more micro. You can do things with smaller numbers of people and still be successful and financially viable. And
if the state would fund higher education the way they need to, I think that could happen.
If one closes, does that mean that there's an opening for one, or not necessarily? No, so that you're talking about a moratorium, even if 10 close, none could open.
That's the board's decision, so that's what we recommend. We have, again, now more than we've ever had before. And for every new one that opens, the MDE extends an additional layer of support out to another institution. So it also depends on how focused you want our ability to support the program, the quality of their programs, their accreditation processes. The more that we have, the less we can do of that as well.
Well, maybe, or maybe you can just be more innovative and figure out how to cover more people at the same amount of resources.
Okay, thank you. And Cassandra?
So I understand the conversation that's happening here. The one thing I hope that we don't lose sight of, though, is quality. You know, there's a difference between the number and competition and quality competition. And so I would hate to, you know, focus on expansion without some kind of quality controls in place. With that being said, I'm willing to extend the moratorium, but from my perspective, it's an all or nothing. Like, you can't treat alternative programs one way and traditional programs another. So if we're going to do a moratorium, I say we do a moratorium. Especially if they're all of those alternative routes are going to go through accreditation, that's going to take a lot of your time to help work them through that. So to add more and more is just expanding, you know, your limits as well. So from my perspective, that's what I'd be willing to do. I would also be willing to say if there's a carve out for special programs that we need, I would be open to that as well. But I think everyone needs to be treated equally.
Other comments or questions?
Well, I mean, can you speak to that? I don't know if that's what the flavor or what the feel of the board is. So I don't know if that's something, but if there were enough votes to stop alternative routes, I don't know how many people go through those currently. I mean, it's significantly less expensive. Is that right?
It is, but it's different than a traditional, I mean,
They already have a bachelor's or
as
something?
suggested by the name, yeah, it's
Yeah, so
fundamentally a different setup.
Right, so it's a way to
It's like, in general, a way to add on to something you've already have with a specific a specific teaching application. So like Leah said, it's hard to compare the cost data because it's not, this gets said too often, but it's not apples and apples exactly. It's a different model in many of their ways.
But I mean, I know a
We'll speak
friend.
to which.
I know a friend that I met or that I talked to at a dinner a month ago, and she was. I mean, her kids have all moved on to college and stuff, and she said, "I'm going back to get a teaching." You know, she had her bachelor's 15 years ago. Is that the type of thing where she would be able to?
Yeah, correct.
And she'll be a tremendous teacher. I'd hate to. So we're saying that you would have to go back. And the traditional route would be.
We have alternative
have the
routes
alternative
available
routes.
right now. We have.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
don't
moratorium
add
on new
more.
ones. Oh, okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just on
Okay.
new ones. This is all about new.
Right.
This is
Okay.
not about what it currently
Okay.
exists.
But there could be new ones. Okay. Same argument that there could be new ones that are innovative and better. And, well, let the buyer beware. If a school hires somebody, they ought to know if it's not very good, then it's probably not very good. Let's not hire them.
So Cassandra, I
Unless
heard.
there are-
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to summarize the two options that I heard Cassandra suggest, and I think the board needs to then decide if they're going to make motions on either of those. So one was, Cassandra, I heard you say it's actually this first recommendation with the expansion to the moratorium on alternate route programs. So I guess the board could either vote first on all and then limited, or however you want to do it, but those are two separate ones.
So we
but
should
you were
usually start with the
proposing
motion.
like a general moratorium. And then the second is really the second one that you had, right, Cassandra?
Right.
That we do extend it, but then we endow the state superintendent of public instruction with the authority to approve specialized programs to meet
Based on high need.
and innovation.
Yeah.
And to Leah's point, rest it with the
Quality.
superintendent so that it's not having to come back to the board every time there's one. And also not say CTE, because maybe it's not CTE that needs
Right.
to happen. Maybe it's something else.
Can I add just a point of clarity? From an onboarding perspective, it's not easier to onboard an institution as an educator preparation provider, whether they have one program or 15 programs. So it's the same amount of work and effort required regardless of the size of the program that they're opening, just for a background for all of you.
Well, I can make a motion and then we can discuss it if that works. So I would move that the State Board of Education extend the moratorium on education preparation institutions for both traditional and alternative route programs and also give the superintendent authority to review and possibly approve new programs based on high-need areas within the state.
I support.
Okay, we have a motion and support, and now we will have discussion.
Say high need areas, is it also looking at geographical as well as?
Potentially. Could be, absolutely.
Nothing up north.
Any more discussion? Okay, yes, Nikki.
So this means they couldn't even apply to become an EPP. They just can't.
EPI?
API, sorry. They couldn't even apply to become one. Like nobody, there's like nobody who could say, I'm gonna do this.
Yes.
High needs, right?
Unless the superintendent determines that there is a high need and that there is a high need area or a high specialized needed area, and then that the superintendent could open it up. Tiffany?
May I offer, just for the board's consideration, the phrasing that we would recommend you consider if you want this carve-out idea is innovative programs. So you have expand the moratorium for a specified period, the exclusion of innovative programs. Then we define that as increasing access to the teacher pipeline to meet specific needs by region or content areas, support the partnership, districts and schools, implement customized program. We have like a definition here, but if you, you can vote on whatever you want, but we would recommend that maybe the language you're looking for is innovative programs with this definition behind it.
High needs is wide right now. You might not get what you're looking for if you use that definition. High needs is, there's a lot of high needs, both regional and content area right now, and you might not get exactly what you're looking for if you use that definition. If you're looking for something more innovative, as Tom mentioned, that is a quality program, like Cassandra mentioned, innovative might be a better word.
So innovative allows for the idea that someone has come up with a really innovative way to deliver this in an area that maybe isn't as high needs, but is of interest to the state to invest in as an option. So it gives a little bit more flexibility for innovation, not just need. You can also,
but it
of
would
course,
include
suggest,
high need
it
area
does
as
include
well.
high need as a point of consideration for why you would need this carve out.
Andrew, you would have to agree to a friendly amendment.
I don't know, that wording is a little concerning. There's a lot of innovative programs that they're innovative because they rely on technology or something, not necessarily because they're high quality. So I'm a little concerned about just saying innovative. But
is there a definition of innovative in what you read?
Yes. This was a draft that we intended to bring to or Dr. Rice in the event that the board went in this direction. It was the superintendent's purview to carve out specific programs. So yeah, we thoughtfully offer it up for the board's consideration as well.
Tiffany?
What's the need to cap them? Is there an influx of new applications?
There hasn't been an influx of applications because there's been a moratorium, so nobody's been able to apply.
How long has it been?
Since 2005.
And it was for 3 years, which is what has triggered this discussion. So the moratorium was put in place for 3 years. The 3 years are up.
So since 2005, there have
2015.
Oh, 2015.
The most recent one, yeah, here we
The
go.
most
There's
recent,
the
but
original.
originally,
Here's
yeah.
the list, here's when we've approved more moratoriums. So some moratorium has been in place since 2005. The most recent one has been in place since 2015. And then the board gave us a 6-month extension in October of 2018 to do some more data and options.
So that seems like a long time that new programs can't be established.
These moratoria, at least the most recent one, I think probably the ones before, were limited to traditional routes. So alternate routes have been able to apply in that time.
So, over the last year, how many new ones have applied that have been allowed to?
Alternative routes, I would have to get that for you. I think two, any are allowed to apply. I think two have applied in the last year, and the last, since alternate routes were introduced, and I think it was 2013, I think we've had probably 12 open and 4 of them close. But those are ballparky figures. I'd have to get you exact figures.
To answer your question, I would not support this definition because it just seems like a definition of an alternative route program to me.
Okay, so we have then the original motion and we have support. And now do we have any more discussion?
I think we should wait until the new superintendent is here to make that decision. I don't know why we keep putting moratoriums.
Well, it's not the superintendent's decision, it's the state board's decision.
Yeah, but kind of would like feedback on his direction, but why is it necessary to keep putting them in place when there are not a lot of programs that are even popping up?
It's been in place for many, many years, which is probably why there's not a lot of programs popping up.
But she said that it's only been in specific, it's been on traditional, not
Correct.
and the alternative routes have not been, I mean, it hasn't been like a drastic influx
That's a lot. 12 is a lot.
over like a decade.
Over
No.
like Leah said, the alternative route law passed in 2013. So just since 2013, there's been 12 open and, or like Leah said, about 12 open and 4 close. And so to Leah's point, every time one opens, the amount of work for us to onboard a new program, whether it's alternate route, traditional, is substantial, especially with a focus on quality. So when you're asking why are we suggesting this, I mean, again, I kind of go back to our premise. It is a question that we're calling now because the moratorium is up. That's why it's a question right now. Our recommendation is to extend it because when we look at our data, we don't see that there is a need for more EPIs. We think that we are meeting the demand that there is, and we want to be able to have a focus on quality for the preparation programs that there are. That is our recommendation to the board, and that's why we're recommending a moratorium extension versus a lift or some other option. So at this, and again, this point, because it's up, that's why it's a question right now.
Right.
Yes, Tom?
What's an example of an alternative program that has not closed? I mean, can you give me a name?
#teach.
Who?
#teach.
Give me, what's a couple others?
There are multiple, there is a TFA program affiliated with, I think, Wayne State. I didn't bring the list with me. I can get you a list
Pretty
of
important
programs.
to know what they are. I mean, I'd like to, so what we're saying is we couldn't have another one like these 12. I mean, and so are there some that are good? So are we saying that they're all bad because they're new and that the 13th one would be bad?
We aren't making the moratorium argument based on we think more would automatically be bad or good. We're making the moratorium extension argument based on we don't see that we need more. We want to focus on the quality of what we have.
Well, if
So
12 opened up,
we're-
then there's probably,
Right, we're not here to talk about the quality of alternate routes or traditional routes, frankly. That's a separate EPI accountability and accreditation conversation. And it's an important one, but we're not making a quality argument here per se about who is or isn't quality. We don't think that the 13th one would be bad per se. We're just saying we want to focus on the ones we have. We think we can meet our demand with what we need, and we'd like to make sure that they do that in the highest quality way possible. And again, that we just don't see in the data that we need more. Again, if the board is going in the direction of a carve out for high needs areas or the language, I think that was the language you used, Cassandra. That's the motion on the table is high needs. I think you said high needs. Then it would allow the state superintendent to say, you know, I think that this program meets a very specific need that is important to our state, and we would go in that direction. But we're not trying to say the 13th program might be bad or good. All of our EPPs have a range of quality, as do all EPPs in the country. Like, that's.
This #teach doesn't stir a lot of confidence in me. Sorry. I was like, So, we talk about how we want, more teachers versed in literacy and special education, but, so hashtag teach, it sounds like that's an online kind of a thing. Am I wrong?
I don't know the specifics of all of our alternative route programs. I'm sorry, I can get you the information that
Yeah.
you need. But ultimately, the law governs the requirements for alternative route programs, and they do not include indicators. That's not true. It requires that they are based on a nationally proven program. So they did come to us with an application that demonstrated that they came from another state and had success there in a way that could be measured by that state. And then they go through our process of accreditation, but as I mentioned, they don't yet have enough data. They're just starting to enroll in the accreditation programs, and that will give us a lot more information.
But that is, so these groups would have all the things that we think should go into, like Michigan thinks should go into a teacher prep program?
No, ma'am, they have what is required by law.
Right.
That's very different than what we require of traditional route
So
programs.
we're pretty demanding on what we require.
Correct. We are very demanding.
Yeah, and so it would be a different level of quality, but it's just
Different level of requirements.
So this says that you immediately receive an interim teaching license upon program acceptance.
hashtag teach.
And upon completion of training, coursework, and other program requirements, your interim certification will convert to
So it's like residency based with an online component. Yeah?
But you're already throwing them out there, like right
Yep, so
away.
the law requires that they have the equivalent of 6 credits of coursework in specified areas that include things you would expect them not to have, like classroom management's a great example. And they have to come in with a bachelor's degree. They're allowed to test in every area that they would like to obtain an endorsement. If they pass the test, they complete the program, they get an interim certificate. They have to teach on that successfully for 3 years in order to obtain a standard Michigan teaching certificate.
The TFA, that sounds the same.
Correct,
Yes.
they're all the same, yeah.
And so I think what the board is circling around right now is a question about alternate routes as a method for preparing educators, which is, again, today, like a larger philosophical question, and it is in law. So what the department does is implement the requirements of law to extend alternative routes to providers who want to provide alternative routes and to individuals who want to enroll in alternative routes. There is certainly a wide range of thought a wide range of thought about whether or not alternative routes are good or bad or quality and the outcomes of teachers. There's a body of research on it that, as research tends to, conflicts with each other, depending on which study. And, we could pull together more information on that, but at the end of the day, we, the department, don't have authority to say you can or can't have an alternate route. It's in law that they exist in Michigan.
Right.
And so our job is to implement that law with fidelity. So I appreciate your conversation about are they good or bad.
Right.
It's
That's
not
not this
it's not something
conversation.
the department can make a decision on, and it's something that the board could consider for their legislative outreach to our legislative body, because it's a legislative solution that is there. So today we need to focus on the
So
moratorium.
going back to
Yes.
the motion to extend the moratorium for traditional educator preparation institutions and to expand that to include alternative route programs except for high needs. I'm paraphrasing the motion, but
Determined by the states.
as determined by the state superintendent. Thank you, Tom. Judy.
We have sat around this table and before when I was just visiting and talked about the teacher shortage here in Michigan. And we know what's contributing to that, the major factors. My observation is the major factor doesn't have anything to do with how many teacher prep, whether they're alternative, whether they're traditional university. There's a bigger issue here on why we don't have the teachers that we need here in Michigan to fill our classrooms. That's what I'm trying to focus on at this point. Our universities are not filling those seats, which is affecting then the universities. The alternatives probably are not filling as many seats as they would like to at this point either, because the individuals are not enrolling because we have a bigger issue out there, and that is the status of becoming an educator here in the state of Michigan anyways, and I really think it's a national issue, though we're feeling it really tough here. So I just wanted to throw that out, that while we're having these discussions, and there's no question that preparing teachers needs to be high quality, the issue we're facing right now, I think, is supply and demand. And I think by putting in the motion that, because you can't foresee, what's going to happen in the future, that if a program comes forward and the state superintendent then determines, you know what, this might actually get some people into the profession for whatever reason that program is providing, then that can be approved then, and move forward for the next 3 years until we have to look at this again. My other question is, let's say the heavens open and all of a sudden we have lots of people who want to be educators here in Michigan. Can we revisit the date of 2022? I would think we would be able to. I would think the department would just come and say to the board, we need to relook at that.
To lift the moratorium.
Right. Because now we're faced with the opposite problem, which would be a nice problem to have at this point.
How many students graduate per year approximately from alternative?
Oh, from alternative. So Tom kind of asked this question earlier, and I don't have the exact data with me, but I can tell you in 2015, 2016, we had 3,696 teacher candidates exit programs, and way less than 10% of that are alternate routes. So somewhere below 100 at that time, probably below 300 at this time, because that was a few years ago data. I'd have to look because new programs are opening all the time, and we don't necessarily get their data on a up-to-date basis.
That might change with the next generation, right? I would assume.
Okay, are we ready for a vote on the question, on the motion? Okay,
Motion, sorry.
yes. Marilyn.
Extend that State Board of Education extend the moratorium on educator preparation institutions for both traditional and alternate route, and give the state superintendent authority to review and approve high needs programs. 3 years.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. Amber, it's Amber Alert.
Oh,
Amber Alert.
Amber Alert.
Amber Alert.
Everybody's vibrating at
Okay,
the same time.
Leah, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Vanessa, thank you very much. I'm going to go back an item. I apologize that I missed an item, which was discussion on state superintendent search. Cassandra, I
This will take
apologize.
5 seconds, because you all were here, so we've selected a state superintendent. We are in the process right now of working with the state HR folks on a contract, and there really isn't much more to report at this point. So one other thing I will say is we had always been planning to have the state superintendent start on July 1st. We might need to be a little flexible with that date because of issues with ORS and them having to take 30 days and all that stuff. So it may not be July 1st, but it will be sometime during the summer. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll be very happy to stay in this position during that.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Yeah. The next item on today's agenda is the approval of nominations to the Special Education Advisory Council, otherwise known as SEAC. Each year, the board is asked to approve nominations to the Special Education Council. 6 members at large and 7 organizational representatives will end their terms on June 30th, 2019.
So moved.
The board was asked to make nominations. I know, speed it up, Sheila. To make nominations for the member at large vacancies at its January 8th, 2019 meeting. The board item contains the name of 13 individuals nominated to fill the vacancies on SEAC. Board approval is requested at today's meeting. At the table, we have Scott Kennischek, who will answer any questions that board members have once we get a motion and support. So, Cassandra, motion, do I have support? Support, so we have a motion and support. Now is there any discussion?
Who are they?
So in your packet, you have attachment A is the current list of organizations. There are 24 organizations. Attachment B are the names of 13 individuals that we are recommending that you approve today. Again, we came to you in January for your input in your nominations, and I can read the names if that would help. So it looks like Erica Bodie, member at large, Charlie Hollerith for MASSP, Kathleen Kosobud, student advocacy alternate, Joseph Kolkolski, member at large, Letitia McNeely, student advocacy delegate, Catherine Mills, a delegate, Catherine Moore, MASB, Don Myers, MASB, Lori Skibby, member at large, Nancy Spansky, alternate, Kara Teethhoff, member at large, Gina Umstead, member at large, and Sarah Vanderbon, MAPSA, the Public School Academies. So just a reminder, 51% of SEAC is required to be parents, and so many of these folks who are they may be representing organizations are parents as well. I was fortunate enough to sit on SEAC from 2011 to 2014. From an organizational point of view and a parent point of view, it's a fantastic organization.
Thank you, Fran.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. Next item on today's discussion action agenda is the approval of the Perkins 5 transition plan. The Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006, as amended, requires states to submit a Perkins 5 transition plan for 2019-20. On February 12th and then again on April 9th of 2019, the Perkins 5 transition plan was presented to the State Board of Education. Today we will be asking the board's approval of the Perkins 5 transition plan as requested. At this meeting, we have Scott Kennischek, the Deputy Superintendent of P20 Systems and Student Transition, as well as Brian Piles, Director of the Office of Career and Technical Education. We will have a motion and then questions, please.
So move.
We have a motion. Support?
Support.
We have motion and support. Do we have any questions for Brian or Scott on the Perkins 5 transition plan?
Yeah, I guess I do. Can you explain what it is exactly? And does it have, it doesn't have anything to do with the Marshall Plan, right? Does it interact at all with the Marshall Plan?
Not at all.
Okay. Does it, can you just give a quick couple-minute overview?
Yes, our federal legislation was renewed last summer, which put us into the point of writing a new state plan, going from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5. And we're provided a transition year in between Perkins 4 and Perkins 5. And so this is our year to steady and continue our growth while we set new goals and opportunities. And we will be bringing that Perkins 5 plan to the state board later this year for review and approval. And so this is just to hold us through for the next year.
And then, so when I see these ISDs getting money, so Genesee ISD gets 1.1 million. What does that mean? What can they do with that?
So they can spend that money on their state-approved career and technical education programs in Genesee County. And that would include the county career and technical campus, Genesee Career Institute, along with each of the state-approved programs in the local school districts in Genesee County.
A lot of them spend it on technology, correct? So
Biggest technology, teacher professional development, equipment, curriculum.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
the college gets some of this funding too, and we use it to expand our equipment that students learn on.
Thank you.
Yes, Michelle?
So you said it was some flexibility for new, anyway, whatever you said, it sounded good, but I'm sorry, I'm tired. So for kids who have IEPs, sorry, always brings up, there was some discussion about not just only making it accessible, but making it, modifying the curriculum so that kids who have disabilities could learn skills. They might not have a certificate with a cosmetology license or culinary license, but they might learn prep skills or other things that would help them reach their potential. But I know in the old design, it was difficult because the success was based on how many people actually completed the certificate, right? So is there any ability to change that, or so that these kids who might be able to get something out of CTE, although not necessarily obtain a certificate, to have them participate more? Because from my understanding, they're kind of locked out unless they can, have a good chance of completing the certificate.
So this year, we are going to be looking at our core performance indicators, and our subcommittee is looking at choosing post-secondary industry credentials. And if the committee goes down that route, and we implement that into our state plan, there could be a series of stackable credentials in each one of the CTE programs, which would create more flexible outcome goals for students.
Awesome.
And for all students, students that struggle regardless of being on an IEP or not. And so it would create a set of stackable credentials that would then work their way into post-secondary education. And so I believe if we end up with the support of our State Board Executive Committee and all of the work that we're doing with our subcommittees, there will be more flexibility for all of the children that are interested in our programs. And then also within Perkins 5, within your plan that you've seen on page number 11, there's a lot of support that we already provide for special population students. It just doesn't provide that for all of them. And I believe the direction that we're headed is going to create more flexibility.
That's great. I strongly recommend it, or whatever
Well,
that means.
Well, let me ask, Michelle brings up a good point in my mind. Is there something we could do? Do we have any opportunity to make any changes? Not that we would, but statutory assurances on page 23, could we inject something in there about students with IEPs? And not that it's well thought out what that would be today, but can we add things to it, or are we not allowed to? It's federally, this is the exact words.
I believe these are the exact words that we have to use from the federal government.
We have no parameters and no ability to change anything.
But this is just the plan, right? We can add, this is like a minimum, and if you wanted to add other things in the implementation, you probably could.
Right. We just can't change the statutory language. But as I described with the more flexible stackable credentials, it would provide those opportunities because that's the part of the plan that we can craft.
And that would still be compliant with the
And still be
legislation.
compliant.
Yeah, so
Yep.
we could, but if it wasn't in there, I think this is what Tom's saying, if it's not in there, can we say we would only approve it if it was in there?
Well, it's up to the Board of Education to approve the plan. And what we try to do with the plan in previous plans is we don't lock it into any one specific student population. And so we want to make sure that we put in an opportunity for all students.
Yeah, that stackable would be for everybody, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I got you.
Yep, yeah.
How about in the reporting section? Do we already know how many kids with IEPs?
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have to require
Yeah,
it.
we report out on that, along with a variety of other special populations categories.
Can you give an example of stackable credentials?
So a stackable credential, if you were to look at a welding program, for example, within that welding program, we're looking to identify a soft skill credential that students would need to demonstrate competence in, because many employers are always asking about soft skills. They say they can teach more technical skills, but some of those behavioral skills, if we can help with those along the way. And so we'd have a soft skill credential. And then a MyOSHA safety credential would go on top of that. And then above that would be what's called the SENSE certification, which are the occupational skills for welding. And so there's a series of stackable pieces in that manner. And then when the student left us, they could go to Northwestern Michigan College up in Traverse City, and they could obtain their underwater welding certification.
That's one of my sons.
And so that's how it would stack together.
Big money.
I guess to add, if I could, you're concerned about badges and all that, but I think for CTE.
No, I think this is great.
For CTE, yeah, I think it might make sense. For everything else, we're concerned about the cert.
No, this is great.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay. So we have a motion, we have seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to both Brian and to Scott. Next on the agenda is approval of the Michigan's K-12 computer science standards. The Michigan K-12 computer science standards were presented to the State Board of Education on January 8th, earlier this year, after which public comment occurred. The proposed standards are one piece of the Top 10 and 10 Strategic Education Plan. The board will be asked to vote on approval of the K-12 computer science standards today. Joining us at the table, we have Vanessa is on her way. Dave Judd, who is the director of the Office of Systems Evaluation and Technology, and Anne Marie Mapes, who is the Educational Technology Manager for that office. So welcome to all three of you. We do have a PowerPoint, and there are handouts for the PowerPoint, slides from the PowerPoint coming around.
I got the slides. Okay. Well, thank you. We are excited to bring the computer science standards back for approval today, hopefully. And so I'm going to turn it over to Anne Marie to talk you through the presentation and what we learned from public comment.
Thank you. So I'd like to start again, just one more time, by what computer science is and what it isn't, because that is something that you'll see came up in public comment. So again, that is that theory and practice that helps us code a computing device, principles of algorithms, data structures, programming, and problem solving. So you see over on the right a Venn diagram of what computer science is and what the MITECs are, Michigan Integrated Technology Competencies for students, what those are. So there are some overlaps there in terms of computational thinking and coding. And then you see down at the bottom, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Those support all of this work. And so also at the bottom, you see that on the MITECs, those are those essential competencies that include the skills of knowing how to use tech applications, and more importantly, how to harness those to learn content from other academic areas. So computer science can be a discipline in and of itself. It also can be integrated across the content areas, just like the MITECs, but the MITECs really support student learning. So our standards adoption, what we'd like to share with you today is data from our public comment sessions and from the online feedback that we received, describe our next steps, and then seek approval for adoption. So coming back to our vision is that all learners will develop these foundational skills in computer science to solve problems and be constructive citizens. So students will learn new approaches to problem solving, harness the power of computational thinking, and use computer science tools to create technology, not consume it. Computer science principles, these were our guiding principles, so equitable access to these opportunities, essential standards that we would leverage the essential frameworks, and the frameworks have already been developed nationally, and also the research and best practice, and align to all of that work, all while engaging and inspiring student learning. And that's what computer science really does. So sharing with you again our core concepts and our core practices. So at the top you see what they will know. So there are 5 core concepts and then the supporting core practices. At the heart of these core practices are really computational thinking. So fostering an inclusive computing culture, collaborating around computing, and communicating about computing. Those are those supports that kind of underscore all of this work. But when we really look at computational thinking, we see that in creating those computational artifacts, and testing and refining them, in recognizing and defining computational programs, and developing and using abstractions. Here are further delineated those core concepts. So these are the sub-concepts in each one of those 5 areas. And I'm not going to read that to you, but kind of just wanted to bring this back to your attention. These are at the heart of our computer science standards. When we look at the standards and how they are delineated in the document, you see that we have taken the approaches that we are introducing these in a grade span. So lower elementary and upper elementary. So K2 is lower, upper 3-5, middle school 6-8, and high school 9-10. Those are the CS standards for all students. We see specialization really in 3B. So that could be in grades 11, 12. Those are opportunities like AP, the AP courses for CS and also CTE, things like that, and also early middle college. So our public information and feedback. So that was held, the feedback sessions were held through the month of February, and we ran into a little bit of difficulty in scheduling there due to the weather, but we were able to reschedule some of those sessions, and we feel that we had fairly good turnout for the standards just in general. We took a different approach to the sessions. So we wanted to address the urgency, and we invited in a regional perspective from business and industry. So that was included as a part of our agenda. We also provided the background on the standards development and the process that went into the development of the standards. We showcased the local implementation examples from K-8 educator perspectives in particular. And we felt that that was really critical because these are completely new standards. So as we brought them around to different parts of the state, we wanted to provide an opportunity for teachers that were local to say, this is how I'm already addressing these standards in the classroom. And then we also offered the opportunity for a secondary educator perspective to come in and share what they're doing. So we had teachers who are currently addressing the curriculum by the AP courses, through CTE opportunities, as well as through the Microsoft Teals program, where an industry partner, somebody actually currently working in computer science, comes in and co-teaches. So they have that industry perspective there and are able to teach with a teacher who may not have had a background in computer science. We also communicated with our stakeholder groups. So we shared this information out through press release, the weekly communication updates with stakeholder groups. We have regular meetings with our stakeholders. And we also shared it with our stakeholder committee as well and the development committee. We informed statewide groups through presentations. Our Ed Alliance members were part of the development of the standards, so they were involved in all of this process. We shared this at McCall presentations through our partners at the Regional Educational Media Centers of Michigan, with our Michigan Educational Technology Leaders, and with the MySTEM Network. We also engaged instructional leaders in this work through an update with GELN and connected to get feedback at the McCall conference as well. So the online feedback was open from January 20th through March 6th. We did extend that deadline because of the delay in some of our in-person sessions around the state. So we received over 170 responses, and overall our feedback was positive. Overall support for the standards, we heard a lot about urgency, and it's about time that these standards were in place. Support for integration across the content areas. And we also heard frequently confidence about implementation, provided that proper resources are in place to support teachers and administrators with the standards work. We also heard that 78% said that they are extremely or very important to prepare students for future success. These standards cover a broad range of skills necessary for success in a digital world. You'll see that, almost 80% strongly agreed or agreed here, and we had very, very few that disagreed or strongly disagreed. I think that was about 8% total there in that wedge, and I think it was probably only 3 respondents that said that they strongly disagreed here. So I think that's a pretty good response rate in support for these standards. We also heard that the standards do provide a strong foundation for further study. So if I do want to go on and pursue either a post-secondary degree or career in computer science, do I have the proper foundation there? And so we heard here that yes, we do agree for the most part, and even neutral parties there, that yes, these standards are in place and they are going to support that level of rigor that we need to see. So in that feedback opportunity, we also asked what the priorities are for implementing the standards. and you'll see that across the board, it looks like we need to improve teacher knowledge and understanding of what computer science is, and computer science opportunities are available for all students. So we need to work on that, as well as ensuring that we have time in the curriculum to provide computer science education. And then, of course, advocacy and understanding and support were there as well. So as I mentioned earlier, we did hear urgency. That was one of the themes that we saw emerge through the feedback. We heard that we must make this happen as fast as possible, that there must be both funding and accountability, and that's one of the things that we heard when Amazon was looking for states to open up another headquarters was, do you have your computer science standards in place? And we had to say no. And also, it is important that our students are able to compete with other states and countries. So if we do approve these standards here today, if the board says yes, then Michigan will be set to become the 32nd state in the nation to have computer science standards in place. So that kind of supports a little bit of the urgency here. So some of the themes, again, that we saw in the responses were teacher preparation, time to teach, and equitable funding and access. So how are we supporting the standards in terms of not just curriculum supports, but devices and connectivity? What time do we teach? Yes, we already have all these other things on our plate. You're adding just one more thing. And then also teacher preparation. How are we going to ensure that all teachers have the proper professional learning in order to address the standards? We are ready to address all these opportunities with our partners. So as a response to this feedback, we provided feedback during our sessions with all of our stakeholder groups. We have currently developed a FAQ document, and we are at the ready to publish that. A website, so michigan.gov/MDE-CS. And then we've continuously been providing stakeholder updates to all those groups that are going to be key partners in implementation of the standards. When we look at implementation, we know that awareness and engagement is critical. So we're at the ready to work with our partners to bring the awareness level up around the standards and engage as many partners as possible in the standards. We are also at the ready to work with educators and ensure that they have opportunities to learn more about the standards. So all of our partners are extremely excited about getting engaged in this opportunity and being part of the development of what the professional learning opportunities look like for teachers and administrators. And then also resource alignment and development. So as I mentioned, we are the 32nd state to move into this area. And so we will not be alone in resource alignment and development. There are many resources that already currently exist out there. I think we need to provide a little bit more guidance and support on what districts might use when they implement the standards. So as we went around the state and shared in front of our audiences at the public information sessions, you know, it was critical to invite K-8 educators in. And we had the opportunity to share twice the good things that Detroit Public Schools Community District is doing. So they signed on to a commitment with Computer Science for All last year. And so this is a slide from one of our incredible first-year teachers, which is really impressive, Taylor White in Detroit. And this is how she is introducing the concepts of computational thinking in her classroom. So you see over there on the bottom that these are the standards that the computer science, this would be actually 1A AP, so Algorithms and Programming, Standard 11, decompose the steps needed to solve a problem into precise sequence of instructions. So she's using a little mouse robot up there on the top, so you don't see students sitting in front of a computer or a computing device. And what the students are doing is they're having to, they're looking at the letter recognition, and so they are programming the mouse just by pressing the directional buttons on there and saying, where does it need to go? How many steps does it need to go to get to the next letter that's on this card? So when you really think about it, they're already integrating and being introduced to this concept at a very, very early step, and they're not in front of a computer. So Detroit is doing some really exciting things.
And they're doing that without the standards in place.
So this is already happening in classrooms around the state. It looks a little bit different in pockets around the state. In some of the parts of the state, it was a little bit more challenging to find teachers in K-8 that are addressing the standards. But as we ramp up our implementation supports and provide more opportunities for professional learning, I think that people will see that this isn't a big step. It's not a big difference. Some of the educators that we invited to share what they're doing, they said, it's just a change in vocabulary. All I'm doing is changing the words that I'm using, and all of a sudden, we're changing the conversation and we're including some of these new concepts.
Let's start at the H. How many spaces does it have to go? Count with me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have to make it go forward or backward? Forward. How many times? Let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I have to press the forward button 5 times. Let's try that. Here. Okay, ready? Count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times did I have to do it? 5. Okay, ready? You were on 4, 5. Okay, let's see. So you didn't go the correct way. So let's clear it and let's try it again. 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that's Taylor's class. And as I said, she's a first-year kindergarten teacher who is doing this. And so look at the level of excitement and engagement in that learning there. So I leave you with this, some statistics. So in 2018, only 8% of the students who took AP Computer Science were African American, and only 28% were girls. And so we really need to ramp up the equity opportunity here. We need to have these standards in place for all students. And it's critical that students are exposed to these concepts early rather than waiting till high school when we've already lost them. If this is something that can engage them when they're younger, we need to harness that.
Thank you for the presentation. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
And then we'll go into discussion. Support. Motion, support, and now discussion, please. Tom?
So there's no test on these standards, right? No state test.
No, it is not anything, assessing computer science standards is not something required under state or federal law. It is not our intention to build a large assessment program around this. We would like to work with educators to have them think about what the appropriate types of classroom, the ways to understand if students are accumulating the skills, but it's not something that we are planning to give an M-STEP computer science.
Right.
At this point in time, I think, in an era of reducing testing, I don't see it in the near future either, but
I'm glad
it may
about that.
become of interest, like the AP Computer Science exam is one that's out there, but no, that's not our plan right now.
So if a teacher or a school or district don't want to follow these at all, there's no repercussions if they want their own computer science, they want to teach it their way, and it's totally different than this, that's fine.
Yes.
There's going to be new textbooks or new things aligned to the standards. Is that what we're going to end up starting to see?
Can we talk about some of the resources that we...
So there are a lot of resources out there right now. And one of the things that we're going to be working on is leveraging the work that's existing, some of the work that's openly licensed, so that we can kind of recreate resources for teachers. So we're also working on some kind of like curriculum continuum. Mm-hmm. And these are the resources that are aligned to the standards. And this is what you can kind of pull from, almost like a menu of sorts that they can work from and choose from.
And then technology is obviously changing so rapidly. When I talk to some folks about this, they're like, well, tomorrow they'll have to change them like every month or every year or something. I guess is that the intent? Is that as technology changes rapidly, there may be, I mean, I understand these are probably foundational concepts, a lot of them are, but still, I would imagine these are going to be changing quite a bit, don't you think? If to stay up on.
I mean, I think we would argue not necessarily, because they are more about the core competencies and core skills, things that have undergirded computational thinking in all of its iterations for maybe decades now. The application changes, but some of the core concepts remain the same. That being said, if in 5 or 10 years we see that there's been kind of like the Educator Code of Ethics, you know, as social media emerged, we needed to talk explicitly about ethical considerations around social media. If something else emerges, the standards may need updating. That's true of all content standards. You know, you need to be asking, do they still reflect what we want students to know and be able to do? But they're not built about this is an iPhone and how you use it, or this is how you program in Windows, or I guess you don't program in Windows, but you know, this is how you use Windows. But I think that's always an open question about when might they need an upgrade. Or maybe the standards themselves don't need an upgrade, we just need additional resources and supports for teachers. And I think these standards really show a good place for the department to highlight one of the moves we've been working on for a while, which is be more focused on technical assistance, support, and best practices to districts as opposed to pure compliance. So these standards really aren't about compliance. They're about resources. So if Laura wants to use more technology in her classroom, if she wants to use more computational science thinking, she doesn't in her spare time have to go out and Google and dig around and figure out what's a good computational thinking approach. She has some resources to delve into, or for district or her school as a whole. So it's to create resources for teachers, but we're coming at it through helping promote or support student achievement in a visionary way, not in a minimal compliance way, I would say. So it's different sometimes than some of our functions as a department. Sometimes we're about compliance. This is a place where we're more about what could be.
We have a lot of standards that we don't test.
Yes.
I mean,
We have some standards. I don't know what a lot is. We don't test directly our art standards, our health and physical education standards, our music standards. We don't test, I think I'm missing something, but we definitely don't test those ones. World language, thank you. I knew I had a couple that I didn't have the whole list. Any?
Thank you. I'm really excited about this, and thank you also for adding Wayne Risa as a location. I hope that went well. And I like the robots. It not only exposes them to computer science, but also to conceptual physics. So that's awesome. When I did the tour last month at DPSCD, Henry Ford, they were using, at the high school, they were using systems close to the size of the iPad to teach them computer science too. That was neat. But I really would like to know more about the implementation as far as the instruction, the funding for this, and then also more about the high school specializing.
Anne-Marie, do you want to share some of the implementation details and the high school specializing, please?
So when we look at implementation, we're leveraging some of our Title IV-A state administrative dollars to support some of this work. So we're looking right now at how we can partner with our strategic partners to create learning opportunities. So whether that might be some courses on EduPaths, whether that is McCall sessions, whether that is opportunities through REMC. We're looking at leveraging existing partnerships to help get some education opportunities out there. There are also things through code.org and all the upcoming opportunities for educators to go through the code.org training here in August. And we've had the largest contingent when they had their training in Philadelphia a few years ago. They were the biggest, we were the biggest state represented. In terms of the high school specializing, those would be opportunities above and beyond what are available for all students. So that participation in AP computer science principles, that would be considered beyond what all students may want to be engaged in. So that as well as opportunities in CTE and in early middle college if they're looking for other opportunities there.
So they would possibly have credits towards for college when they graduate from high school?
I
Or
think
just the
they
AP?
could, so that's an interesting, local districts would have to figure out how they might want to implement this specialization. So one way would be to use one of their elective courses or one of their, in the merit curriculum, you know, some of the flexibility you have. The other might be, to your point, they might want to partner with their early middle college or a local college and think about delivering the content in a way, dual enrollment, through their early, there's a lot of options for content delivery and course delivery, especially in the high school. Michigan has a pretty, and maybe Scott wants to come do a presentation about the wide range of ways to earn credit in high school for students. There's about 8 pathways. So I think a district could implement them in that way. They also could just offer it as a regular old course in high school. I think that would be, and that's part of the, more on the implementation, part of what we do from here. The basic is if we adopt them, we then start to roll them out, meaning awareness and then training and technical assistance. Ideally some, like Michelle, or not Michelle, sorry, I just looked at Michelle's name and Michelle usually sits here. So as Anne Marie said, working with partners to help us get further faster. It's a small team that works on this, so working with our partner network to basically expose people to the standards, options, tools. I think something the department is trying to do more of are more on-site types of, we can come out and help you build something if you want our advice, or we can send partners to you. And if you, to Tom's point, if you're like, we don't want any of this and we're gonna do it our own way, well, that's okay too. What these standards don't have in terms of implementation is a heavy monitoring, you know, it's not like in 2 years, we're gonna come and give the test or come with our clipboards and see how many computer sciences you have. That's not part of the implementation plan. It's all around, here they are, here's the resources, and here's why this can help you achieve some other goals. And I did have one more thing to say on the funding, just to be a little more clear so you all know. Like Anne Marie said, we do have there's a limited amount of money in Title IV federal funding, both for the state to have a couple, you know, some time of people. Actually, it's not a lot. It's a very small amount. And then districts have similarly a relatively limited pot of Title IV money that they can use for 42 different purposes, technically, one of which is technology type or computer science implementation. So there's not a lot of special funding for it. It would be more in kind of general instructional approaches. They could use Title II for PD, you know, but it's not, there's not like a big chunk of cash for this anywhere.
I was wondering, how would they fund the technology? I mean, that can be
Yeah.
expensive, and then
It can.
the students at Henry Ford, everybody had a system that they were using. So it wasn't like it was, you know, limited to 1 or 2 things like the robot.
Yep.
And then also instruction, would it be specialized teachers or specific teachers that teach specific things that you're going to train?
Do you want to talk about this, or do you want me to?
If you want to talk about the beginning of it.
Okay, so I think there's 2 things. One is, and this was covered in the presentation, we don't necessarily see these until you get to the high school probably as necessarily standalone. It's time for go to computer science. So it's more about our already certified and teaching teachers having access to the standards to integrate into their ELA, their math, their, you know, their 3rd grade classrooms. When you get into certain courses, offer, you know, what this gets into the appropriate placement discussion. So we require that all Michigan educators be certified, have a active certification, and we're working through the process right now of who with which cert can teach what. We have an extensive permitting system to allow flexibility in that. Something we did, was it 2 years ago, was actually, and this is kind of to Tom's point, we removed the computer science endorsement because it was too hard to keep it nimble. It was actually easier to not have it, and then more teachers could teach in a computer science vein. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it was kind of pigeonholing, and then the standards would get outdated, and we removed that as an endorsement, which made it more flexible for teachers to replace. Is there anything you want to add?
We have a number of teachers that have backgrounds in educational technology too. And so those teachers that are already teaching to the MyTechs, they would be a good group of teachers to start teaching the computer science standards. And as Vanessa mentioned, really we're looking at integration. One of our teachers from the Kalamazoo area who joined us on the kind of statewide tour, you know, he was a business teacher before this. So as I mentioned before, the code.org trainings, those are there to really help teachers get in place to teach the APCS. There are other supports like the Microsoft Teals program where, and they're looking for more applications where they put an industry expert side by side with a teacher. So maybe a math teacher would be a good fit at the high school level to start to teach more of these specialized programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Sure.
Yes, Tom?
So if these aren't in place, what negative things would happen?
It is harder for us to provide support as a state around the what. So what standards help us do is say this is the what, and then we can develop professional learning, we can develop supports, we can think about guidance around who can teach these courses. Without definition of what it is, it's hard to have any sort of standardized technical assistance or build out a support system. It's hard for us to ensure that any interested school or district could pursue adding these type of competencies to their students' educational opportunities. And then we know that then there becomes an equity issue, that districts with less resources and time to develop their own standards will be less likely to do it, and that creates an equity issue for our students.
I don't know why locals couldn't add, I mean, why do they have to have these in order to have a computer science or to integrate it into their
They don't have to, but we're trying to lower the entry cost for them, make it more accessible, easier, give them access to the best thinking nationally and in the state and resources. You know, busy educators don't necessarily have time.
As it changes, these would change? As it changes, these would change?
Like we already talked about, I think we would be thinking about when do they officially need to be updated and when is it more of a professional learning and supports rollout.
Okay, seeing no other comments or questions, then we'll take a vote, please. All in favor signify, please, by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Michigan will now become the 33rd state in the country that will have K-12 computer science standards. Thank you very much to the team. The next item on today's agenda is state and federal legislative updates. I would like to please turn this item over to Lupe Ramos-Montini, who is the chairperson of the board's legislative committee. And we have handouts coming around.
Okay, everybody has a copy? All right, now we have we're doing a lot of work in the legislative committee, so I hope that you had time to review the packet that was sent to you. But I would like to recognize the committee. Lupe Ramos Montini is the chairperson, and Judy Pritchard is the co-chair. And then we have Nikki Snyder and Tiffany Tilley as additional members. And the MDE liaison is Marty Eckley and Caroline Latham. And you see our mission statement. One of the things that we really would like to activate more is create a proactive agenda to inform and engage the State Board of Education with legislation that will affect all aspects of education throughout the state. But not only create proactive agenda within ourselves, but also with the governor's office, with the legislature and others. And one of the ways that we can do that is by making statements. So you will see a statement that we are proposing to you today. We can, and also number 3, cultivate relationships and interact with the governor's education team, legislative education committee chairs, and other educational stakeholders through meetings, attending hearings and educational committee meetings, and making statements, resolution, and the like. So we have, let me see, we have the if you go, please go turn to the 3rd page, and you will see the State Board of Education legislative priority list. So these are, no, this is not the one I wanted. Do we have the priority list from the board?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yes.
No, that's a statement here.
No,
that's a statement.
This is
Come
a
around the
statement.
back here.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Thank you. We failed to put it in the package. Thank you. So you see your names there. These are the items that you have recommended to the legislative committee to be looked at. So we choose some from each person as the legislative initiatives or presented by the legislature. So in this package, you will see some of those bills that correspond with that list. Also, then we have other things that are happening in the legislature, and we have those updated, or we have them as new items here. We also included in this packet the yellows, they're yellowed, highlighted in yellow, and we say if we have, the legislature has passed it, or the governor has signed, or something. We're gonna give you a quick overview of what has transpired with the things that you have recommended, and also with what we see as legislative updates. So with that, I'm gonna turn over to Marty, and we're gonna start with the legislative updates.
All right. So as you know, the governor signed the educator evaluation bills for teachers and administrators to keep the component for annual year-end evaluations at 25%, the percentage of growth at 25%. So she signed those into law. She also signed, I believe it was last Friday, the snow day bills that would forgive days missed because of the state of emergency that she declared because of the weather, Arctic freeze, or whatever they called it.
Polar vortex.
Vortex.
Right. The school safety, school culture bill has had one hearing in the House Judiciary and no further action. And then the other bill, Senate Bill 216, has not received a hearing. It has gone to government operations. House Bill 4342, and which was, I think it received some discussion at the last meeting, the last state board meeting in April. Members were not in support of it, with concerns that the people would be hired. This is to allow substitute teachers who do not have teaching certificates, even if they are related to someone in the school. So the members felt that schools could hire substitute teachers without any training in the classroom instruction. So nothing has happened to this bill, and the bill has not received any hearings or anything, but it was brought up, and the position was pretty clear, if you want to discuss that further. And then the post-Labor Day start, there were two bills that were reported out of the House Education Committee. They are now in the House Ways and Means Committee. They would basically eliminate the requirement that schools start after Labor Day. So that's where those bills are. And there's deep division on those bills. I read that the Senate, these are House bills, they're still in the House, but the Senate Majority Leader said he has no interest in moving on these if they ever get to the Senate. There's a deep division between education folks, and then tourism and business folks want to keep that post-Labor Day start. School folks want to keep it, eliminate it so that schools can open before that without having to get a waiver from the superintendent. Some bills that were requested to be put on the list, House Bills 4269 through 70. Those are bills that have come up recently to amend the Michigan Merit Curriculum. And they have been reported out of committee, and they're in the House Ways and Means Committee. There are three bills now, 4269, 4271, and 4282. And the one bill would modify the foreign language and arts graduation requirements in the Michigan Merit Curriculum into a 3-credit, what they're calling 21st century skills requirement, while creating a Michigan Merit Curriculum foreign language requirement of 1 credit for pupils entering kindergarten in 2020. So a pupil, if this bill passes, a pupil could fulfill the 21st century skills requirement by successfully completing any combination of the following: a language other than English, visual arts, performing arts, or applied arts, computer science or computer coding, or a combination of these, or a state-approved career and technical education program. So what they're doing is they are providing more flexibility in the foreign language and arts graduation requirement. Currently, a student must receive 2 credits of foreign language other than English, and then 1 credit in arts, visual or performing or applied arts. So what this is doing is it's bundling, it's putting everything together in what they're calling a 21st century skills requirement. As I mentioned, it can be a combination of foreign language, visual arts, performing arts, computer science, or a career and technical education program. A second bill
Bless you. Bless you.
would amend the Michigan Merit Curriculum math requirement so that Algebra 2 could be satisfied by either statistics or a course in financial literacy if that course aligns with the state standards for math developed by the department and approved by the state board under section 1278B. And there's a third bill that would allow a pupil enrolled in a CTE program, a state-approved CTE program or curriculum to fulfill half a credit for approved participation in extracurricular athletics or extracurricular activities involving physical ed. Basically, they can meet that by one designed OSHA class credit. So they're saying that instead of the physical education requirement or a CTE program, they can substitute that with an OSHA course. So these 3 bills, like I said, have moved out of the House Education Committee and now in the House Ways and Means Committee. And so it's the Michigan Merit Curriculum was adopted in 2006. On several occasions, there were some slight modifications made in the law, and this is yet another attempt to modify the Michigan Merit Curriculum.
So I'm the one who brought this up, and my concern with this is, while it comes across as adding more flexibility, the reality is it will probably end arts programs in schools, because schools will replace the art program, because it won't necessarily be a necessity to offer to students. So I'm really concerned about this first bill. And I'd be interested in the legislative committee coming back with some kind of, debating it and coming back with some kind of statement that the board could review.
For that bill in particular, or all 3 bills, the OSHA bill and the math bill and
So I would say for all of them, but
Okay.
particularly I was concerned about 4269, and I think 4270 goes with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they kind of substituted the bills.
Oh, they did, okay.
Yeah.
So 4269.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question just for
I'm sorry, yes, Michelle.
So, the legislature, what is our role as a state board? So they're coming and they're like, basically saying what the curriculum should be. I always thought that was the role of the board. And in this, I'm just not, does it require our approval? They can just pass laws and to oversee the education, which is our constitutional authority? I'm just kind of confused about.
State board establishes standards,
right?
State standards for the
Isn't this-
subjects. State board does not do curriculum. Curriculum is more a locally decided thing. Michigan Merit Curriculum, when it was passed in 2006, first was, gotta be careful of the word here, was not adopted by the board, was endorsed by the board before it went to the legislature. And this is back when Governor Granholm was in office. And so the legislature, with the endorsement from the board, the legislature then took the board endorsed, kind of department developed Michigan Merit Curriculum that was developed with a lot of stakeholders way back in the day, 2006, 2005 actually, came up with this curriculum, with the Michigan Merit Curriculum, because at the time, the only required course for graduation was 1 credit of civics.
Yep.
And so that's when we created this task force to create the Michigan Merit Curriculum. It was discussed for a couple months by the board at the time. Well, by the board. Yes, it was discussed for months and months before that, but by the board, it came to the board, and then the board endorsed it, and then it went to the legislature with the endorsement, Again, the board does not have a constitutional responsibility or authority to
Oversee it.
oversee, well, no, but they don't have it to set curriculum, to set
Yeah,
curriculum.
I guess it just depends how you define overseeing public education.
Right.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, it's just no coordination with the board at all, no discussion with the board at all. It seems at this time it's much different than it was, right, as you described.
But Marty, there have been
It is
amendments,
Yeah.
changes to the Michigan Merit
There've
curriculum.
been adjustments made.
Several times
Yep.
since it was passed in 2006.
Correct.
And have any of those changes come before the state board before our legislators voted on them?
No.
But that's where, when I say we have to be proactive with statements before it happens, and I'll continue saying that, I say to the committee all the time, because like the governor signed 2 bills. I wanted to say something, make a statement to support the governor before she even signed it, so we look proactive and engaged in what is happening. So that's one solid way that we could get involved and say what we're feeling, how we're feeling, what stance we want to take. So I need more support when we come with statements or the committee to understand what we're doing, so we be seen as more proactive and engaged in what's happening over there in the Capitol. Okay.
We'll have the legislative committee discuss it and
Yes.
develop a statement regarding that. And let's see, what next is on there?
The water testing.
Water testing and maintenance and hydration. This was brought up last month, and as it says here in your packet, there was concern by a member or two of the board that the $15 million that Governor Whitmer has proposed to use from the school aid fund to be used for the hydration stations in every school, that may it better be used in the foundation allowance. And so we reached out to the state budget office, and they responded at the bottom of the next to the last page with their feeling, with their protocols on how they want to use one-time funding or not use one-time funding toward the foundation allowance. This is one-time funding, $15 million, that they would like to have it used this way to provide a hydration station in each building, each school building. So we brought back the same statement as last month, supporting the governor's proposal.
So it's this sheet that there was we had 2 extra ones, but here is a State Board of Education draft statement. So if you want to glance through that, I would like to have us vote on this so we can send it on to the governor. Yes. I move that we support the statement and send it on to the governor's office.
Support. We have a motion supported. Discussion, please.
You're just getting this now, or was this provided before?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
It was provided last month.
Yes.
And
The statement?
no action was taken on it because there was some,
Yes.
there was some question on it. So we got some more input from the state budget office. And then this was sent to board members again Thursday or Friday when Lupe asked me to forward everything to the board.
Yeah, we've been working on this for about 2 months.
So where would this 120 million come from?
This is one-time funding in the school aid budget. If you look at
Right here, Tom. It explains it.
Yep.
Okay, that could.
Oh, I'm sorry, $60 million,
Right.
$60 million.
No, the 4th paragraph includes 120 million to improve. That's going through the legislative.
That's through a supplemental, yep. That's gonna be a supplemental coming through the legislature an additional 60 million from the school aid fund to set aside for the hydration stations. I misspoke myself, I apologize.
So the governor's already requested 120 million on the supplemental.
Right, for a number of different things, for
Right,
water
one of them
infrastructure.
being-
60 million additional for the hydration stations
Okay.
in schools.
Right.
This is one-time revenue that they don't like putting into the foundation allowance. So this is a one-time funding that they have, that they would like to use this money to help school districts install hydration stations in their schools.
Because it is an emergency at this point.
In the general foundation allowance can't be, it's only supposed to be used for operational, not infrastructure, correct? So if it was put into the foundation allowance, could they
The
use it
school aid
for
fund
what?
has to go to schools. It does not have to go directly to instruction, does not have to go directly into foundation allowance. It has to go to schools.
Right, but according to Dave, excuse me, that they said that when it came to infrastructure, you had to, the local districts had to raise the money themselves, do their own millage for that.
This wouldn't
I think you can't use your foundation allowance for that.
Right.
This would be outside of the foundation.
Right, that's what I'm saying. She's pulling it out because if it wasn't,
Right.
then you couldn't use it for for the hydration stations. So.
And nothing else is getting cut.
Correct. And there's even a revenue estimating conference this Friday where they all get together and look at the latest revenue figures. And a story I read this morning is that the revenue estimates are going to go higher for general fund and also for the school aid fund. So there will be no cuts this year.
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Bye. All right, we will.
Good
Just getting good.
So I guess, is there?
Yes, Tom, question?
So I'm reading 120 and then also another 60, so it's 180.
Right, but
Okay.
60 of it is from the school aid fund.
Okay.
They can't
So
use
is there I mean, I hear it's a emergency. Where will that money go? Is it evenly distributed among all schools in the state? At this 180?
Yeah, I don't think they've determined that yet, but
Who's they?
they being the legislature or the budget office or whoever
Governor.
gets the, right. If we get direction from the legislature on how this will go on as grants.
Okay. And so there's some schools that don't have this as an issue, right?
Possibly.
And so I guess I'd like to know, where is this likely to go? Is it I mean, I know there's some areas that there are real problems. Do they need 180, or could it be used for teachers, or could it be used for something else besides, I mean, I don't want people to say, we got to spend it, and they've got water that's pretty fine, and now they are going to get this instead of something else. I don't know what's the alternatives for this money and exactly how it's being determined, how it'll go out, so I don't know.
Well, this is Governor Whitmer's funding proposal. So we're not going to dispute or be critical of what she's proposing. She has a plan, and I trust that plan. And so she is saying that this is what she would like to do, and so we as a board cannot say you can't do it. This is something that is critical in the state, and even if all the schools are not having the problem, whatever schools are having the problem, it is very important that those children have the right water, not smelly water, not contaminated water, but the right water to be drinking clear water. So, and it says here that research shows that there is no 100% safe level of lead in drinking water for school children. So it's very, very important. So I call the question.
I mean, I got a point of order. I guess I thought that we would I thought we agreed back when we had a kind of a surprise motion.
I called the question.
A point of order goes over that. A point of order would be, I thought it's not on the agenda. So I thought I would have liked to have known that I was going to be asked to vote on this so that I could be prepared and think about other alternatives or try to ask where this money's going to go and how it's going to be doled out. And I thought, I mean, does this mean anything can kind of come up and be added without being an agenda item?
We've been talking about this for 2 months. We've been sending information through email about this draft statement, and we send this by email to everybody. So, you know, we have to be vigilant of what's being sent out, so you will be informed. We're trying real hard in the committee to make this committee as viable as we can. And as you see, we started with very little. Now we're adding more information, so you have it at the tip of your fingers. And we also included in the highlighted yellow what has transpired with each recommendation that you have made and what the legislature is working on. So I call the question again.
Okay, we have a motion, we have support. The question has been called. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions?
Same.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
There's-
And we're not done yet. We
There's
have,
one more issue, getting to the state budget, that's going through the process right now. The Senate, I'll pass this around. The Senate included language in their version of the department's budget and the school aid budget that they're very adamant about the implementation of Public Act 601 in the A through F grading system. And so they put language initially, the subcommittee put language in that required that the department use all $15 million in the Office of Educational Supports to implement the A through F system. And now, when the bill is on the floor in the Senate and general orders, which is the first reading, they changed it. They put an amendment in, which is before you here, which said that the funds appropriated for the state board office and the office of superintendent may only be expended once the department or superintendent has requested the waivers and state plan amendments to the state's federal accountability plan for PA 601 to come under compliance with the Every Student Succeeds Act. So what they did was they're flexing their muscle and their appropriation muscle to make sure that the department implements A through F. They've switched now their funding source that they're holding hostage from the inappropriately appointed Office of Educational Supports. And now what they're doing is they're holding hostage the board's budget and the superintendent's office budget to make sure that we put in a waiver request to the U.S. Department of Education to provide that the components in Public Act 601, the state A through F grading system, align with the state's federally approved ESSA plan. So that's what this language is. I just wanted to make you aware of it for your consideration.
Is the House, have they done a similar action, or they're still
The
going
House
through
has not
budget
acted
process?
on it yet, no.
Okay.
They have not.
So they're still
This is
working
just
through
the Senate
budget.
version
This
of
is
the,
just the
of the
Senate.
budget, yep.
Okay.
We appreciate their concern.
Well, is it out of the Senate and over in the House now?
No, it was on, this happened on general orders, which is the first reading in the Senate, on the Senate floor. So it hasn't even passed the Senate yet. It's on the floor of the Senate. So this is an amendment that was put on during GO this morning.
They're not writing the waiver.
No, we would be responsible for writing the waiver.
What are you going to
no, they can't. They can't write it, they can't submit it. That's our.
So, Marty, what do you recommend that we do with this?
Do I recommend?
File and receive.
Right.
Yeah, information.
Information only.
Yeah, I would just monitor it. Like Judy said, the House still has a version. So.
We'll keep our eye on this, and we'll update you as changes occur.
Okay, well, I want to thank Marty for being our liaison, active liaison to this committee. Nikki, and Tiffany and Judy for your participation in the committee. And if you see in the report, we also have the future, we didn't put it, well, I'll add the future meeting dates to the next one. But you're welcome to participate with us and give, and listen to what we're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership on the legislative committee. Tiffany, do you have a report from NASB this afternoon?
So,
Marty, thank you.
I was invited by NASB to participate in a newly formed ECE cohort. So I was fortunate enough to go to Alexandria, Virginia for the first meeting, which was held April 30th through May 2nd. Part of the purpose for this is to expose us and is to examine high quality ed programs and to learn principles of ideal learning programs. And so we actually visited a location in Alexandria. It was the Drew Model Elementary School, and it's a Montessori school, which I've always heard about the high quality education that children receive from Montessori, but I haven't really had a lot of exposure, so this was really good for me. I found a lot of it was comparative to what I've been reading about from New Zealand, using that as a model for education. But there were 23 children max in the classrooms. They stay with the same teacher for 3 years. So from ages 3 to 5, it's one teacher. It's self-directed studies for 2.5 to 3 hours, which is guided by the teacher. And it's different because there's desks in the classroom, but children were on the floor doing projects. They were at tables doing projects. There were assistants helping, as well as the teacher helping guide them. And it really gives them an opportunity to decide what they want to learn. It makes learning more fun instead of something being pushed down your throat. You get to say, well, I need to study geography. Well, I have 3 to 5 different projects to choose from. And they're not all going at the same pace, which is awesome because everybody's learning at different levels. They also have specials. They have time for specials, music, dance, PE, etc. There's peer grouping and socialization and leadership skills that are being developed during the peer grouping because you can say to the 5-year-old, Susie, who's 3, needs assistance. What do you think about going over there and helping her because you have experience and you've done that project before? So it helps teach them leadership. For cognitive behavioral issues, they use mindfulness techniques. And they said that it worked really well for the children. It really kept behavioral issues down in the school. There were 7 classrooms. So of course, it's all the same ages going in, but 7 different teachers. And there were 2 designated for special ed students. So those special ed students, those 2 classrooms also had regular, or I don't want to say regular, what's the correct terminology?
General ed?
Yes.
General ed instruction, as
Yes.
well as instruction to help support students in their areas of disability?
Thank you. And with the special ed teacher, they had an office in between the 2 classrooms, and the office was set up, the lights were dim, it was very colorful, and it was very comfortable where students that had special ed needs, if they needed time with the special ed teacher alone, or they were having behavioral issues, they needed to feel more comfortable, it was a comfortable space for them to go to. So that was awesome. The teacher had an assistant. So while she was in one classroom, the assistant would be in another classroom helping out. So they would rotate the classrooms. They taught children on levels instead of age. The program seemed to also develop critical thinking, analytical, and problem-solving skills, which was awesome. One of the big issues with ECE is that teachers are drastically underpaid, and there are huge disparities in comparison to K through 12 teachers. The national average is $29,769 in early Head Start, approximately $33,000 in Head Start, and approximately $57,000 in public elementary for teacher salaries. In Michigan specifically, child care workers' median wage is $10.09. Preschool teachers, $13.94. Center directors, $21.78. Kindergarten teachers, $32.04. So at $10 an hour, their wages are actually comparable to animal care workers and fast food workers. Some of them are on public assistance. 54% of them, of the teaching staff agreed they worry about having enough money for food. 75% of them worry about paying their family's monthly bills. 95% of them are women. And another issue, of course, is the per pupil funding. The national per pupil funding, according to states of Head Start, per child funding was $12,757, or $12,757. For early Head Start, $8,038. Head Start in Michigan, $6,534. Quick overview of Michigan. Michigan preschool enrolled 37,325 children in 2017 through 2018, a decrease of 1,046 children from the prior year. State funding totaled $243,900,000, down $8,377,783. A 3% was adjusted for inflation since last year. Again, the per child funding is $6,534 in 2017-2018, which is down $40 from 2016 to 2017, again, adjusted for inflation. I was really happy to hear, though, and really excited, that Michigan met 10 of 10 quality standards benchmarks nationally. That's my report.
All right, thank you for the report, and thank you for the data and statistics you shared with us.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is an item that was removed from the consent agenda and placed as a separate item. And it is the approval of criteria for 2018-19 Michigan Charter School Program Grant. And I believe coming to the table to help with questions is going to be Paula Daniels, Tammy Hatfield, and Vanessa Kiesler.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about the grant as its own item. So I think we wanted to just start by taking a minute to explain a little bit about this grant, what some of the goals are, and some of the key features, and then take questions. We thought that would be a good place to start. So, Paula?
I have been in education a real long time, and I call myself vintage. You know, I thought that sounds real good. But over the time period that I've been in education, I've had an opportunity to see a lot of initiatives, a lot of programs, a lot of things going on. And I was around when charter schools first hit the landscape and became a part of our fiber. And so I've seen, different things, as we've progressed through, from a number of positions, including from being a teacher, you know, in a classroom, in a building, to being a superintendent in more than one district. And when we were awarded this particular grant, I really got excited because what I saw was a new opportunity that I had not seen before when it came to, you know, working with charter schools and helping ensure that certain kinds of things are in place. So again, as I said, just over my years and having had an opportunity to see a lot of things and having worked with as an employee of a charter school as well as, you know, the conventional school districts, you know, from being able to see things from a lot of vantage points has also really given me an opportunity to be able to step back and look at things and absorb and kind of identify things that I think work well and things that I don't. So I was really pleased because in this I see an opportunity for us to have some things that will, you know, really work well. And you know, and Tammy, if you would kind of give us some of the background, I think that would be really helpful.
This time, our team is very excited about the grant. We have an opportunity to actually build off the top 10 and 10 and implement many of the strategies that are built into the top 10 and 10. We're looking at providing stronger oversight and smaller segments of openings and really monitoring them. Our team is looking at providing that really hands-on feel to make sure we have high-quality charter schools that align to what the federal government has asked. The federal government put in some pieces that our team is really excited about looking at. We're looking at where are community needs for those expansions and replications. Where is it? What is it that we can leverage and support our special needs students and our wraparound supports? We're really looking at what does the curriculum look like? Because we really want those opportunities for students to be impactful, because that's what we're looking at. We're also looking at the grant in a focus, in a lens for student-centered. Really, what is the impact for students? What will students have? What will students get? And what will students be able to do after we're done awarding this money? We also have been given the opportunity to provide technical assistance. Within that technical assistance opportunity, we can connect to and leverage our partnerships with ISDs, with traditional districts, and along the Department of Ed, the whole child concept. We're really synchronizing and synthesizing our work with other units and departments to really look at what do our students in our charter schools need, because that's what we're looking at building, the capacity of the schools that we have, strengthening the continuum, and really looking at leveraging high quality.
So in kind of summary, this is a federal grant program coming. It's a continuation of a previous program, but new. It's different. It's got many different components. It's focused on quality. It's focused on a lot more oversight for the state. So it's an opportunity for us to leverage an investment in Michigan students, but with, as Tammy walked through, an intentionality around quality opportunities for our students. So that's the grant as a whole. The funds have been appropriated through the supplemental to the department, and the criteria before you is what was in our grant application as well as in the federal legislation for the grant. And then there are two things that we added in our here about we will review the application essentially. So that's where the grant is. We just wanted to provide a little background. It is different than the previous grant that had more focus on planning and more focus on people getting grants to plan. It's more focused on quality and replication. But I think the big one is quality. So it's $14 million on the table right now for the first 2 years. It's a $47 million grant over 5 total. And just as a interesting point, Michigan did have the top scoring application in an application that is focused on
again, it's not just about more, it's about better and quality. And when Michigan students are going to sit in classrooms, in schools, regardless of the governance structure around them, we need to be supporting them the best we can, and we know that there's opportunity there. So, Superintendent?
Okay, we'll open it up to questions. Cassandra?
Yeah, excuse
I'm
me.
sorry,
Oh,
we need a motion, don't we?
yes.
Sorry, thank you. We need
So
a
moved.
motion and support.
Or,
Okay, we have a motion, we have support, now we'll have discussion. Thank you. Lupe. Cassandra?
Okay. So Michigan applied for this. So the fact that we've lost 200,000 students over the last 15 years, we still thought we needed $46 million to open more charter schools.
I'm not sure what you mean by we've lost 200,000
We're
students.
educating 200,000 fewer students, right? So why do we have to keep building more
Who
schools?
we? The public system?
The state.
And so the charters are part of the public education system.
Why
So-
do we keep building more schools when we have fewer kids?
So that's a good question. And here's another point. I'm the second time today going to say the ability to have public school academies is provided under state law. So whether or not we get funds to support them, this 46 million, expansion could happen. It's the right, Michigan has, as we all know, a very open approach to who can charter and and the authority to not let anybody charter. So I think your question about should that be a governance model is a great question and one that really needs to be taken up with the legislature.
That's not my question. My question is, you can have a system that allows for this. It doesn't mean you have to financially support it every chance you get. But let me just move beyond that for a second. I don't share the excitement, as I'm sure you can imagine, because we have seen this before. We received a grant period before, which I believe ended in 2014, correct? And you know, this is not a partisan issue. That was under the Obama administration. And there was a report that came out recently that said nationwide, about $1 billion was spent in this grant program on entities that either never opened a school or the school opened and then closed. And so it also broke down for the state of Michigan, millions of dollars that we've spent on the same thing. I think it was like $22 million or something on schools that received this grant and either never opened a school, so the taxpayers never got anything in exchange, or they opened a school and they closed. So I had asked Sheila, based on that, I thought that kind of piqued my interest a little bit. And so I asked her to kind of look into what happened with the last grant process that we had. And we had 186 entities that were approved for funding, 75 of which never opened a school. 111 of the 186 did open a school, and 12 of them have since closed. So I'm trying to do a little more deep dive into this. I know 8 of the ones that never opened a school never took out any money, but the others did. And even though there were 2 funding phases, the first they could get up to $35,000, the second it was like $110,000. Even if they all averaged $35,000, that's still several $1 million we're talking about. And so we pulled one report so I could take a look at it. This is an entity that received $104,000 of taxpayer money. And as far as I can tell, over 80% of that went to pay 3 individuals. Over 10% paid quote-unquote consultants. The only actual thing that was purchased, as far as I can tell, is $3,000 in computers. And the taxpayers never got anything in return. And so earlier I asked, can this use to support salaries of management company employees? And the answer is yes. So I don't feel like we really learned a whole lot from the last round that we went through. And it really concerns me that I know that you've made changes this time based on some of the things that might have happened with the last grant period. But even those changes, I still feel like this is the potential for some serious misappropriation of funds. And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of oversight. Maybe that'll be different this time, but it doesn't look like, based on what I've seen so far with the last one, that there was a whole lot of accountability in these entities taking out massive amounts of taxpayer money and producing absolutely nothing in return. So that is my concern. And I will be voting no on this. I know you guys, it's federal money and you'll have to do it anyway, but there is no way, based on this, I can support this.
Okay, thank you, Cassandra, and then to Tiffany.
I'm really confused on the logic, especially coming from behind the moratorium that we needed, because we don't have enough teachers going into those programs. Like President Albridge pointed out, there's a decline in enrollment. There's a decline in students. We have districts that are consolidating schools. We have districts like Benton Harbor and other districts that we're trying to keep going. So why would we need more funding for more charter schools?
So definitely want to get into both of these questions. Cassandra, I'm not sure if you want us to talk about the previous grant or about the grant going forward. So we can relook at, but it was different, and it had a substantial planning component that is not a part or a large part of the grant now. So Tammy can talk, I'll let her answer some of your specific questions about the previous grant. We do want to, as much as possible, center on what's next, but I think the relationship between the two is important. So can you talk a little bit about?
In the previous and the new. And if I get off track, please help pull me back. The previous grant had a component that was specifically for planning. So that was something they called seed money, that they allowed for that exploration. In the new grant, it's called the program grant. They have to have a charter. They have to have authorizer. There's a multi-stage step. The authorizer has to say that that school is ready. They have a charter contract. Before they even apply to this grant, they have to meet stringent criteria that our team wrote into the grant. If they're going to expand, they have to have 3 years of performance data that's got a positive trend trajectory. Then if they don't maintain it, the funds will be frozen or recouped. They have to meet that. If they're going to replicate a school, they have to replicate a high-quality, high-performing charter school that's at the 50th percentile on the index. If they don't meet that, they are not eligible to apply. Once they meet the requirement to apply, they are then going through another level of feedback where they'll get reviewed for quality assurance, or do they have an at-risk status that would preclude them. While that's going on, my team's also looking at to determine if they have any funding violations, financial violations, compliance issues, or audit findings. If they've had any of those, they are ineligible for this grant. We are only looking for those highest quality, high-performing schools that would be eligible to do this. We do not believe in giving good money after bad. We believe in that. That is our team's expectation. Along with that, not only will we expect traditional board training, and like I said earlier, the principal or whoever's going to be the head of schools could get funded up to that piece. That's because they're hired by a management company. Our goal, and Neil and I come from a traditional background as well. We call ourselves traditionalists because we were in public schools. We believe the money should go to the students. We believe that the boards are the entities that are responsible. We will be attending board meetings. We are requiring additional board training. We want to hear conversations about the grant. We want to see what the students have. We will not only be monitoring them desk audits, we will actually be physically going with them. We have asked the authorizers to go with us on those meetings to determine that what they've said they're doing is being done, and if they're not doing it, we stop funding. End of story. There is a fiduciary check in there this time. There are financial benchmarks along there, and there are goal attainments that we expect. Our team wants, when we're done looking at this, that you are all proud of what we are supporting with these schools. We believe in it. We believe that we can make a difference. We believe that we can enhance the lives of the students that are in our charter schools.
And that level of authority that Tammy just spoke about is authority we never have with charter schools in Michigan. So we don't, to my point about charter schools will expand and open without any quality control or without any oversight from the department. We don't even have the ability to say no when they file an application. So we saw this as an opportunity to invest in oversight and quality for students sitting in these schools, regardless of the governance structure. I take your point about, from your perspective, you're concerned about the message it sends about the governance structure perhaps, or does it encourage people to expand? From our perspective, expansion happens and there's no quality, we don't have any levers, and this is a chance for us to work on that. So we're trying to look at kids at the end of the day and how we support them in whatever setting they end up in, which is a series of decisions that are hard to unpack.
One more question. The 67 entities that took out money and never did anything, are they now on a list that they cannot come back and get more money?
No, not exactly. I mean, I think that is there would be no way, I mean, maybe we could think about looking at that in the context of this grant application. In terms of, again, the larger chartering, if they use that planning grant, decided not to charter at that point and now want to, they still could. We don't have authority to say no when people ask for charter authorization. We actually have litigated that out.
Charter doesn't mean that we have to continue to give them funding.
Right,
Correct.
agreed.
Correct. That is something that we would definitely look at.
So we can look at
We have a rubric too that we really are really detailed about, President, to look at that and say with peer reviewers, what is quality? What is it? So we have those really baked in pieces because we want to do right by kids and we want to do right by the fiduciary responsibility we have been endowed with.
And I do want to say on the previous grant, I take your point about, I think what you're saying perhaps is spending money on planning is a bad idea. Like conceptually, it shouldn't have been given out. It's not misappropriation in the sense of it was an allowable activity under the grant. So the people who took it and used it, that was allowable. I think you're calling, should it have been, is that okay? But the idea being, we don't want people to just, the idea behind that grant was trying to stop the cycle of people opening schools without appropriate planning, diligence, and then they close immediately. That was why there was an investment in planning. Again, I hear you're saying you don't agree. You're not.
My concern is that this could be seen more as a slush fund. Like, I would love to beef up my own salary, and if I could apply for a grant and add to my bottom line, and know that at the end of the day, there's no real accountability for me to fulfill what I've said I'm going to fulfill. That to me is the bigger concern. Yeah. It's beyond even whether it's charter schools or not.
And I think we'll just take that because, again, it's not in the new grant in the same, like Tammy explained, it's not in the new, and I think that is probably reflective of just what you're saying, Cassandra, that is a bit weird that somebody could get money and then ultimately decide, no, what happened to the money in the middle? If the product was open to school or not, and you don't, well, I guess it's good that you didn't open a school and close it immediately, but also what happened to the money. So I think that's why the grant shifted. That's got to be a part of why the grant shifted and something we are excited about. We don't actually want to see money burned on kind of planning that doesn't go anywhere. But that was how the federal grant was set up before, and they've moved away from that now. So I think maybe everybody is in agreement that that's not optimal.
Okay, I have Michelle and then I have Judy.
Responding to the remark that we have to think about the kids, and I think, I support teachers everywhere, whether they're in charter schools or not, and but I think the issue, and that people trying to look out for their kids as best they can, but the structural problem I have, it's not a personality of who's nice and who's good. I think there's problems with the structure, and we're feeding a failed structure in our state. I mean, I've seen where charter schools have worked much differently in other states. I've seen where they've worked differently in our state, when they're chartered by Macomb ISD. The problem is that we have authorizers that are taking money, and there's this profit motive with our 80% of our charter schools. And that we allow in our state that the money, that our taxpayer money can just be almost completely shifted to a private company where there's no oversight because it's not subject to Freedom of Information Act. We don't know what happens to that money. We had a program here in our department where we had some reporting of what was happening with charters and how successful they were. But when the cap was lifted, I understand that was let go. So my concern, and the governance structure lends itself to corruption. And it's not that I don't like the governance structure, it lends itself to corruption because there is not sufficient oversight of that money. They're not elected, they're basically worked out with the management company who's gonna be on those boards. And if they don't like them, they boot them and they get somebody else who's gonna agree with what they want. Generally, that's not a universal truth, but a lot of times it happens and it allows for a lot of this corruption we've seen. So my concern is, I think I'm hearing that there's going to be all this oversight. I'm hearing a remark about how much better they're going to be on special ed because, honestly, they do a lousy job on special education for whatever reasons. I know that maybe and I think it's not because people don't care about kids with special eds. It's a structural thing. You know, you have these individualized schools that are supposedly competing with each other, and because they don't have the resources, or they choose not to have the resources that would cost them money because it's not fully funded, and then they become, all the special ed kids end up going to the traditionals, and that becomes a huge deficit, like in Detroit, 40 to 60 million a year, they go into debt. Because charter schools are incentivized to locate in high-needs areas because of a big tax credit. And so, anyway, I say all this to say I don't want to feed the beast. Not until we can deal with providing true choices that are not going to have these negative, I'll say, for some, they're unintended consequences, but they are negative consequences for the way we structure charter schools. They're just completely negative, and we have not corrected it, but there are a lot of people making good money, and they are invested in continuing this. And that's why I think Michigan is, getting the money. We have 80% for profit. Well, let's go give them a big old grant. But anyway, so I just the whole thing of it. And I know, I trust that everyone at the table is very concerned and wants to see better charters and wants that accountability. But I just don't see that we should be feeding something that is broken, that is not working the way it should be. That's my 2 cents.
And I think philosophically, all of that may very well be true, is true, and will still be true, whether or not we use this grant to support high-quality chartering. It gives us at least an opportunity to do something about the ones who have the money.
So what is the accountability? So will you be able to FOIA that information of how they're spending it if it goes over to a private company? How will you access
You'll be able to FOIA it from me. All of those records, everything they turn in will be at the Department of Education. Every month, they will do a monthly monitoring progress report with me. They have to turn in their receipts. They have to turn in their board policies. They have to turn in their enrollment practices. Everything with this group of schools, the oversight is tremendous because those that receive the money have to meet all of, I go and visit, they have to meet those requirements. So yes, all of those, that's why I said if we can use this, these could be the lever to make a change.
Or we can at least make sure that these ones have.
So who exactly, so it's one person that's going to be overseeing the monitoring of this?
No, I have a team.
Okay.
And there's an escalation chain within the department. But the point is, again, the counterfactual is somebody opens and there's very little oversight. This actually gives us oversight that we don't have otherwise.
So could you determine where I have 2 high schools down the street from me, across 2 charter high schools across the street from each other. So you would have the right to say you can't locate here, you should locate there where there's a need?
Yes, we looked at, we call it community need. They have to determine that why they're opening there. They have to show community support. They have to show that the community wants it. They have to show family engagement and activity in that process. Then if they say
Why
we're
don't
opening
they just
one.
work with the local school board? The elected officials in the
Those
local
are
school
pieces
board?
that we will ask for, and we've asked in our rubric. Show us your assets and liabilities. In the old grant, a liability might have been the schools around us are underperforming. Well, no, that's not a liability. That's just a reality. So we want what is it that you're doing and what do you have? So we're asking those.
Okay, so we're saturated in Detroit and in the surrounding area of Detroit. So I hope you're not going to allow any more charter schools in around our area because they're killing us. They're not helping. And the same thing, I look at Benton Harbor, where it's leading to the collapse of a school district. And Pontiac. So when it comes to where there's a need, I don't, because given the laws, I don't see where you have going to have the ability to do that.
In general, we don't. In general, we don't. So people can open right next door to wherever they want. That is, in general, under Michigan law. This grant, if you want this money, then we can. We actually now have the opportunity to say things like, this community is saturated, or opening up right next door to another school is just going to cause 2 schools to fail. So let's think about. And in other states, this whole community has to be involved or approve is huge, and something that is not really it's certainly not a requirement under law in Michigan, but is really important in some other states about how the parents and the community buy in. And I've heard other people from other states present about how they didn't end up opening because the community didn't support it. That is not how it happens here normally. This grant gives us the chance to have that conversation. So again, we take your point about the concerns with chartering in Michigan and the ways that needs to be discussed at a legislative level. In the meantime, we see this as an opportunity to impose some quality and oversight that is not largely there otherwise.
So will you ensure that they provide programming for special ed?
That will be part, it is.
In the high needs areas, autism,
It is in
severely cognitively impaired,
Yep.
moderately
It is
cognitively impaired?
Question 13,
Okay.
plan for serving students with special needs. They need to show evidence of understanding their legal requirements and, not just an or, and provide special education services in an innovative way. So their narrative will tell me that.
But it doesn't say that they're going to take the, because they already take LD kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're already taking the easiest to teach kids.
Right.
The problem is that they say they don't have the resources to take kids with higher disabilities or higher level disabilities. And I'm not hearing that and they set up a resource room and that's about it.
But that would be a violation of legal requirements to not take kids with certain disabilities.
No one's going to sue them.
But my point is, we won't approve their application if they can't show us that they're accepting all students regardless of disability status, because that would be a violation of legal. My point is, the way the rubric translates into what you're saying is it's actually illegal to not accept students because of their disability status.
I know, and I also know what it's like to be on the end of that.
Yeah, no, I
Where
know.
you're not gonna, you got a kid with a disability, you're desperate for, you're trying to go find some school that has it. You know, you get,
yes,
you know, you
and
can't
again,
find an attorney to sue anybody.
I think
from a
we're in
parent's point of view.
I think we're actually
All
in
right, I'm
agreement,
just-
that the way we termed it was about, the way we called it out in the rubric was saying legal requirements, very much understanding what happens, again, outside of this grant is just exactly the situation that you just described. We hear that over and over.
And the difficulty is before, when we get phone calls, if they're not within our grant and they have special ed issues, we don't have the capacity to go investigate. But if someone has the grant and they call and say, this school's not doing this, our team can go right there and say, what's your policy? What did you do? Where are you at? We have to freeze your money until we find out what's going on. So we have the availability and capacity to do that with this grant. So, and our goal is to make sure that they are in their narrative talking about how they'll address the needs of the students. And the dollar amount is larger for these grantees so that they have and can do the full spectrum of services that the students need in that school.
I just don't have a lot of faith. I just don't have a lot of faith. It's been 20-some years or whatever, how many years it's been.
I think this
And I just see the data and it's not there with the charter schools after all these years. They're not taking them, they're not servicing them. And I just think, I think your intentions are good, but I have little faith that it's gonna change. Not when they're 80% for profit and it will interfere with their ability to make a profit. I think the profit incentive is too strong. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Michelle, and going to Judy.
Okay, thank you. And you sort of answered Michelle, one of my questions. Michelle asked about who's going to monitor where they open. Okay, so I have to do everything by example. So I come along and I apply for this grant. Approximately how much would I get?
You can Get up to $1 million.
Okay. I write great grants, so I just got up to $1 million. For over, how many years? 5 years?
3
years.
42, sorry, 42,
Okay.
2 years. To do the math.
I opened the school in an area we all agree in, and I go to a management company to help me manage it. You're telling me that you're going to be able to see their books and see what their profit margin is.
They have to, if they're paying for services in the grant, they have to identify what they are. They have to give me an hourly rate. They can't pay for staff members out of the grant at all. Up to they can pay for that principal to start the school if it's going to start that. But once stated.
Teachers or?
Nope. It is not for staffing at all.
Now it's the end of 3 years, 4 years, I'm no longer making a profit. I know I'm being caustic here, but this is the reality that we're dealing with some organizations. Again, I'm not saying carte blanche. And I decide I'm gonna close, as we've seen some of these charter schools close, with a note on the door, with a letter to the parents. We had one do it in Macomb County 2 years ago. You know, one day they're open, the next day they were shuttered. And parents are scrambling to get their kids into school. So we really don't have any authority. Once the money's gone, then all we're hoping is that they're honorable and that they had the best needs of kids at heart, and that they will continue to accept AI kids or kids with severe disabilities, or the ELL kid who comes in who can't speak English and needs additional services. And that is primarily where my concern is. If there's quality pieces to it, more power to you, because again, I've worked very closely with the charter school in Macomb County. It's a niche program. They do great work with those kids, 300 kids, Arts Academy in the Woods. But they're not making profit every year, and they've been there for, I think now, 12, 13 years, and they're not going anywhere because they're meeting the needs of those kids, and they are taking special needs kids. But we've heard too many other horror stories. So that's the concern here, is that, is the profit going to overweigh, okay, I opened it, I made my whatever percentage, and now I'm moving on.
And I can speak to that as well. We actually built in that anybody that applies has to build in and provide us with a 5-year sustainability plan up front. They have to plan for it, they have to tell us what they're going to do, and they have to be able to provide how they're going to fund themselves outside of this grant. This grant is, I call it gravy. If you think about it, you're going to open or you're going to expand without this money. This is to fulfill those program pieces that you may not have. So they have to tell me what I expect them to be around. 10 years from now, I expect them to be there successful. So they had to be providing me that budget upfront, what they're going to do. So that's a requirement of a sustainability plan. And their authorizer knows that upfront. The authorizing agency knows we're not moving forward with the way it was before.
You aren't wrong, though, that if they give us this plan and everything looks good and in 5 years they decide to do something different, that they fall back into the general pot of oversight, which doesn't provide us a remedy to tell them they can't do that. So, but to Tammy's point, we've tried as hard as we can to address all of the things we know are, and while we have the money, use the things to put some processes in place to get a higher quality type of school in, and to hope that they're not just going to give us to provide us evidence of a sustainability plan and hope it's not just a thing they plan to shred in 5 years. But can we stop them when they do that? No, you're right.
And Judy, we put in there that even if they go through the peer review and they're recommended for funding, there are levels that they have to get to they have to make a level 4, the rubric's a 4-step process. They have to make the highest level. They have to demonstrate all of these pieces before they even would be able to access funding. So we've put all those pieces in place. First, they have to meet with us, they have to discuss it, and they know that we're coming to see them, and that coming with an accounting background, I don't have a problem freezing or recouping funds at all.
Have the ability to recoup.
Do I? Yes.
I mean, you have the
Within this grant.
Statutory ability.
Yes, within this grant.
Which again, we don't normally have in this context.
Okay. Seeing no other comments or questions, then we will call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
I think we're going to have to do a roll call.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
This, you have this money already.
So if we don't approve the criteria, what would happen?
Still gonna come.
So, is it similar to the
Marshall Plan.
Marshall Plan? Or we didn't approve it, but it's still, is that the case for
More
this?
symbolic than.
Well, the Marshall Plan was in statute.
Right, this is not.
This is not. So we're not certain what would happen. We don't.
So we might miss the opportunity for high-quality options.
So this is just for the criteria as is laid out.
The money is already appropriated in the supplemental. It was appropriated.
If we
So the
don't
money
approve-
is there.
The money is there, and if we don't approve the grant criteria, then we can't make the grants available.
What, you said you can't make it available?
Not without.
So then you would have to send the money back to the feds?
Well, actually, I need to, what we don't really actually want to do is be in a situation where this is how it is. But technically, as far as we understand it, the funds have been appropriated by the legislature and their federal funds, so we actually can expend them. We would like to do it in concert with our board.
Oh.
And in general, criteria come to the board. Do you understand? I mean, it's gray, so I was hoping we didn't have to get into like, basically, we don't need to work together on this or whatnot. And we want your input on what the criteria are. That is the important part. So when we send out the funds, even if we have concerns about charter, and some of the concerns raised today, I think are going to be really important for us to think about how we solidify those criteria and pay even more attention. So I think that's why it's important that we do it collectively and collaboratively. But as far as we understand it, Kevin and Louis, I'm not saying anything wrong, right? They're appropriated their federal funds, so we can expend them.
To get this funding, was that optional or was that something that was automatic?
No, we applied for it, and the state superintendent signed the grant. Brian put us on the path to start working on the grant. We actually collaborated with different organizations. There was also the option for other organizations to apply, and Brian said, well, I think we, again, we're the SEA, we want to have some quality standards and be involved, so.
So
In
what,
the
did it come
future-
before the board
Yeah.
beforehand?
The grant application, no.
No. So
Because
in
it's
the
a-
future, perhaps before the department goes after money that they know is kind of opposite of where a lot of board members are going to be, maybe we could have a conversation about that.
Again, I think that's a great piece of feedback for Dr. Rice. Brian authorized us to move forward on the grant, said get going, and we did not bring it here to talk about before we applied. Now we've applied, we've been awarded, the money's been appropriated. We're at the criteria stage. So,
And there were a couple of reasons why Brian was supportive of moving forward was, one, it would be that MDE would be controlling the money. And two, that we could establish criteria that would allow us to do exactly what we were talking about today, which is setting the bar high and being able to monitor the use of the funds. Yes, Tammy?
I would welcome any board member at a peer review to attend and participate or visit with us when we do a visit to one of the new schools or expanded schools. We would welcome that, and we welcome your feedback, and so we listen.
Okay, so we'll take a vote on the motion before the board.
Bechtel,
Yes.
you want me to come back to you, or, okay. McMillan,
Yes.
Pritchett,
No.
Hugh is absent. Ramos Montini,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Tilly,
No.
Albridge.
No.
3, 3 ayes, 3
I think it
nays.
wouldn't matter, 'cause I think it's
Abstain.
at
But you
five.
get to 5,
Get
yeah.
that 5.
Yeah,
Well, actually, I actually want to abstain
okay.
for there, because I.
3 ayes, 3 nays, an abstention, and an absence. Motion fails.
So,
Yes.
so what part of the presentation failed?
Motion failed. The motion to approve the
The
criteria.
motion for the board to approve the criteria
Okay,
as
so
written.
the criteria is what failed.
The motion for the board to approve the criteria.
But you can still expend the money, correct?
That is our understanding at this time. If we will certainly be checking that,
We
but
need to get clarification
we
on
will
that,
make sure
please.
before we do. But it would be without board-approved criteria, I guess, which would leave us with the criteria we put in the grant and that was in the federal regulations around the grant.
Which is less stringent?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
We're bringing you what we put in the grant. We just, again,
Would like to work in concert.
yes.
Yes.
So it's still gonna take place.
Lupe?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I voted yes is because we have been concerned about accountability. We have been concerned about the oversight of charter schools. We have been concerned about how the money's spent. All of these concerns. And at the end of the day, a lot of our kids are in those schools. We have the opportunity in the department to accountability, oversight, how they spend, all of that, which wasn't in the picture before. And that's why I think it would have been a good idea. You guys have done tremendous research on this, and I see your passion, I see your data, I see that what you're trying to do, and that's what we've been trying to do for many, many years. We've been talking about this since Governor Granholm opened the Bay schools, charter schools. She's the one that started the whole charter school in the state. And I was at.
94 or 95.
Well, she opened the Bay schools.
I don't know what a Bay school is.
It's a district, it's a school district. Bay Mills.
Bay Mills. Bay Mills.
Yes, she opened those charter schools. I was an MEA member at that time, and I remember on the board, and then we had a lot of discussion on it, and then the president said, well, yes, we're all upset, but it's better to be in the room than outside the room. And so then we said, okay. So then, we were in the room and monitoring what was happening. But this time we would really be not only in the room, but at the head of the table as far as all these concerns are concerned. And that was, the Bay Mills was what, 20 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, but Jennifer did that about 20 years ago. So, this discussion has been on the table for a long time, and I felt that it was going to take care of a lot of concerns that we have as public schools educators.
Thank you. Lupe, we are now going to go on to the consent agenda. May I please have a motion to approve, thank you, Paula, and thank you, Vanessa, and thank you, Tammy. May I please have a motion to approve the amended consent agenda, which includes one item, which is the approval of criteria for school climate transformation grant.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now we'll move on to comments by State Board of Education members. Are there any board members who wish to offer comments? Tiffany?
I want to suggest that the legislative committee put forth recommendations about charter schools, caps on charter schools, as well as oversight for authorizers.
Okay.
And then I want to thank everyone that has been patient with me while I'm, new still to this process and my learning curve. I know I have a million questions, but I'm very passionate about education, and my heart is in the right place. And I'm not one of those people that thinks that they know it all or thinks that they have it all together. So again, to those who have been patient with me, I appreciate it, and I thank you.
Any other board members this late afternoon?
Yeah,
early
it's late
evening?
afternoon. As the regional NASB director, there's a directive that the executive director gave to us members, and that's to remind our boards that we have, that there's the opportunity of nominating people for the annual awards that we give out. The Policy Leader of the Year Award. I think Marilyn sent this to us some time ago, Marilyn. Friend of the Education Award, the Distinguished Service Award, at least those three. So I don't know how we want to do this. Maybe we send it out again, and then you all can think about, read the criteria, and maybe recommend somebody. We have till May 25th. That's the deadline. So we have time. So we'll resend this, and then if there's any members that have recommendations, then we can do it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We will do that. Marilyn will do that for us.
Her friend and what else?
We'll send it to you.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Any other comments? Yes.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank two board members, Lupe for inviting me to the Cesar Chavez celebration last month, or in March, and to Tiffany for inviting me to the Detroit Schools tour, both of which were great events, so I appreciate being included in those.
Thank you for coming.
Anyone else? All right, so then I'll review our future meeting list. We have a meeting on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019. It is the board retreat. It will begin at 9:30 a.m. at the James B. Henry Center for Executive Development on the Michigan State University campus.
The dress attire for that, I forget.
Business casual.
It's going to be a warm day, so you can wear Bermuda.
Wear your sandals. Flip-flops.
And if you need to have a definition of business casual, we'd be happy to provide. Following that meeting, we have a meeting on Tuesday, June 11, 2019, is a regular State Board of Education meeting, 9:30. We do not have a meeting in July, and we will resume the board meetings on Tuesday, August 13th, 2019, regular meeting here at the Hanna Building at 9:30 a.m. In planning for future meetings, if there are topics that board members would like to include on the future meeting agendas, please let us know now or later, because during the upcoming week, we'll be working on finalizing the agenda for next month's meeting. Okay, today we had a very full agenda. I would like to thank the MDE staff who played a role in planning, coordinating, and presenting items at today's agenda. For today's agenda, we greatly appreciate it. And I'd like to thank the State Board of Education members for your engagement with each of the presenters, and also the very rich conversations that we had today with presenters as well as with each other. And with that, we are adjourned.